Capitalism seems like our destiny. Ever since we started beating animals to death with stones, we've been trading their furs. Adam Smith wrote about humanity's propensity to truck, barter, and exchange one thing for another. We've been doing that in markets for millennia. Have the seeds of capitalism always existed, not just in our societies, but in our souls? A close look at the system's rise reveals something else, namely, that it was an accident. In most accounts, capitalism appeared sometime between the 14th and 16th centuries, as our tendency to seek market opportunities finally saw people begin to break free of the shackles of feudalism, and as Florence, Venice, and other disruptive city-states traded and innovated Europe out of the muck of the Middle Ages. But this story isn't right. Capitalism didn't come about because markets grew to a certain point. Instead, what we understand as capitalism resulted from a societal shift, as we went from using markets from time to time to producing for the market as our all-consuming task. And capitalism didn't start in the grand cities of the Italian Renaissance, but in some soggy fields on a backward island. England, by virtue of a few distinctive facts about its agriculture, became the world's greatest power, and later the first home of the industrial proletariat, whom Marx and generations of socialists placed their faith in. Before capitalism, feudalism was the dominant system across much of the world. Under it, people were divided between the majority who worked the land to survive, and the small minority who appropriated the majority's labor through political coercion. Peasants had access to their own land, thus access to the means of their survival. However, lords used laws and force of arms to extract a portion of their yield. With these proceeds, they purchased luxuries the producers couldn't afford and expanded their military power. This helped them not only cement their standing in relation to other lords and their realm's monarch, but also fend off peasant revolt. The system didn't encourage growth or innovation. Peasants knew that if they produced more for exchange, much of it would go to their lords. They also mostly grew a variety of subsistence crops, rather than specializing in a cash crop. Feudalism faced periodic demographic crises, none more significant than the Black Death, which ravaged Eurasia in the 1300s. As much as 20% of the world's population perished, and close to half of all people in Europe. As soon as it recovered, the continent plunged into warfare and revolt. The ruling class reasserted its control in Eastern Europe, where peasants had their autonomy stripped through an even more extreme system of feudalism called serfdom, which, by the mid-1600s, bound them to estates and criminalized flight. In France, by contrast, the peasants managed to secure de facto ownership of their land and gave less of their yields to lords. The French lords themselves increasingly became functionaries of a centralized, absolutist state. A middle ground prevailed in England. Peasants stopped their ruling class from extracting a greater surplus from them through brute force, but they failed to win legal land rights. English lords, searching for new ways to produce surpluses beyond exploiting the depleted peasantry, laid the groundwork for a shift from peasant proprietor production to a tenant system. Tenants received 1- or 2-year leases and had incentives to be ever more productive, since they kept all the surplus after their rent was paid. Landlords had every reason to support these developments, which allowed them to create a market for land leases. The more productive the farmers, the higher the leases could go. Tenant farmers were compelled by the market to maximize production in a way peasants weren't. These farmers, in turn, began hiring landless peasants and others as wage laborers. It may sound like a small shift, but in fact it was an epochal transformation. More and more land in England came under this system. The process created a highly productive agriculture sector able to sustain a large population not engaged in farming. It also meant that there was a majority without property that could be essentially forced into wage labor and become a market for cheap consumer goods. For the first time in history, a society became subordinated to markets and elites ruled by, as Karl Marx put it, the dull compulsion of economic relations rather than political coercion. There had been markets before, indeed going back thousands of years, but early modern England was the world's first market society. The old customs and obligations that had held people together cracked, as did the stability that hereditary access to land and communal rights offered. Most people resisted their conversion to wage laborers, preferring even vagrancy to the odd new way of life. The state tried to cut off other avenues of survival by banning poaching, hunting, fishing, and foraging from formerly common lands. The 1744 Vagrancy Act offered stern punishment for those who refused to work for the usual and common wages. A series of enclosure acts privatized communal property, further eroding the possibility of living off the land. Spurred by the accident of capitalism, the English population increased sevenfold between 1520 and 1850, and the proletariat's number multiplied by 23. The losers in this process would in time be transformed into an industrial working class with incredible latent power. Other countries soon began to emulate England's astonishing productivity increases, but it still had tremendous advantages over its competitors. Even before the Industrial Revolution, England was home to major technological advances. Newcomen's steam engine revolutionized mining, and in 1721, Lawham's silk mill, Britain's first factory, foreshadowed the radical shifts to come. The 1780s witnessed the start of what became known as the Industrial Revolution. New manufacturing methods emerged. Starting with mechanized spinning, the textile industry was one of the first to be transformed, processing raw cotton harvested by the Americas' slaves. Eventually, hand production in other sectors gave way to machines. That Britain was at the helm of industrialization was never in doubt. In 1800, it produced 10 million tons of coal, while its nearest rival, France, produced only 1 million. Even before the Industrial Revolution, more than half of Britain's population was engaged in labor other than agriculture, but it took several more decades for the landscape to be truly transformed by railroads, steamships, and heavy industry. Capitalists used the new technologies to create great factories that required a disciplined, centralized workforce. But the would-be urban proletariat had to be lured to cities first. Fortunately for the capitalists, the agricultural revolution and consequent population boom left many in poverty. Fleeing the countryside for the city was one way out. Wage labor was just as unappealing for them as it was for the agrarian proletariat, but the impoverished had little chance of survival otherwise. They were joined in the new factories by Irish immigrants fleeing the devastating Great Famine. Once in cities, workers had to be radically retrained. The capitalist clock was nothing like the seasonal labor many were used to in the countryside, or the less methodical pace in artisanal workshops. Harsh discipline and low wages remolded humans, many of them women and children, into creatures who did little but labor. When not chained to machines for 12-hour shifts, they lived amid smog and dust in cramped, disease-filled quarters. Visiting mid-19th century Manchester, a center of English industry, the French sociologist Alexis de Tocqueville remarked, "Here humanity attains its most complete development and its most brutish. Here civilization works its miracles, and civilized man is turned almost into a savage." Around the same time, Friedrich Engels described an English capitalist, decent and respectful, a good husband with private virtues, who listened politely to complaints about workers' conditions before replying, "And yet there is a great deal of money made here." Engels was a figure every bit as remarkable as his famous collaborator Karl Marx. He was born in 1820 to a wealthy merchant family, and at 17 was sent to Bremen, one of Germany's largest commercial cities, to work as a business clerk. Engels rebelled against his father, a fanatical and despotic textile manufacturer, and sought to free himself through radical philosophy. When he later served in the artillery guards of Berlin, Engels proved to be a terrible soldier, but a sharp and energetic mind. In the city's beer halls, he associated with a rambunctious group of young Hegelians and was drawn to a kind of democratic republicanism, Jacobin, which is to say radical in its spirit. His father endeavored to cure him of his political sentiments by condemning Friedrich to middle management at a textile mill he owned in Manchester. The city had recently risen to prominence as a hub of the Industrial Revolution. Without schooling or access to basic sanitation, the workers attracted to Manchester feared losing their jobs, knowing that utter destitution was never far away. Little of the great wealth they helped create went to them. For his part, Engels saw them as destined for something greater than poverty. From 1842 to 1844, he investigated firsthand the nature of capitalist production by day, and at night explored the city's underbelly. He forsook the company and the dinner parties, the port wine and champagne of the middle classes, and made genuine connections with workers by discussing their grievances and acting in solidarity with their struggles. Engels lived a double life in the sense that he had fine lodgings in a nice part of town, but spent most of his time in rented rooms in working-class districts. His allegiances, however, were never in doubt. In Manchester, Engels met and fell in love with an Irish woman, Mary Burns, who had been doing factory work since she was a small child. Mary and other friends were his guides to the city's south side, where tens of thousands of Irish workers lived, and to other neighborhoods few other bourgeois people even set foot in. At just 24, Engels wrote The Condition of the Working Class in England. The bland title did not convey that it was a work of both insight and anger. Even more than Charles Dickens, Benjamin Disraeli, and other social critics of the time, Engels captured the life of the industrial proletariat. He described the London slums living quarters, where filth and tottering ruins surpass all description, and no doors are needed, there being nothing to steal. He wrote of garbage and ash, foul liquids oozing on the street, and residents losing daily more and more of their power to resist the demoralizing influence of want, filth, and evil surroundings. A clearly outraged Engels reminded readers that all this was taking place in the richest city of God's earth. The same barbarity was evident in Liverpool, where 45,000 people lived packed into fewer than 8,000 badly ventilated cellars, and in the overwhelmingly working-class Glasgow. But the most vivid passages in the book concerned the horrors of Manchester, whose 350,000 working people were robbed of all humanity, degraded, reduced morally and physically to bestiality. Inside the factory that made his family rich labored women made unfit for childbearing, children deformed, men enfeebled, limbs crushed, whole generations wrecked, afflicted with disease and infirmity. And yet, Engels thought the stunted, oppressed class he came to know could have great political power. Not all workers were passive in the face of poverty and abuse. Luddites, the machine breakers maligned in the popular imagination, fought against the acceleration of work, in the recognition that technological advance didn't mean progress for them. In 1830, agricultural workers in Kent destroyed grain threshers and sent letters to local elites demanding wage increases under the ominous pseudonym Captain Swing. Less provocative, but even more threatening to capitalists, were early efforts at trade unionism and Chartism, a movement that arose in 1838 and sparked struggle for universal suffrage. Unrest simmered across much of Britain and was brutally put down by state authorities. In January 1851, The Economist, a magazine founded to promote free trade, rhapsodized that it was a happiness and a privilege to have had our lot cast in the first 50 years of this century, a period that had witnessed a leap forward in all the elements of material well-being such as neither scientific vision nor poetic fancy ever pictured. The periodical's assessment of the Industrial Revolution was partially true, but capitalism, that accident of history, had conjured a dangerous combination: immense, lucrative industries and a deprived and discontented class of people locked within them. This was the reality in which Marxist theory was first constructed. Jordan and Pippin, Sonny and Cher, Marx and Engels. One of history's great partnerships was forged with a week of drinking and conversation in Paris. Like Engels, as a teenager, Karl Marx wanted nothing more than to escape the boredom and conservatism of the Rhineland. He did have the advantage of a liberal father, who only offered mild rebukes of his brilliant son's dueling and boozing. Though respected by his peers, Marx kept radical company at university, attracting the attention of Prussian authorities and sinking his chances at an academic career. He turned elsewhere, marrying the rebellious aristocrat Jenny von Westphalen and traveling to Paris to pursue a career in journalism. Marx was fortunate enough to meet Engels in the French capital. Through his new friend, he learned about the realities of industrial capitalism and shifted his attention away from philosophy and toward political economy. Even more important, Engels was willing to be his benefactor as he pursued writing and politics. Kicked out of Paris for their writings, they lived in Brussels between 1845 and 1848, where they joined the Communist League and organized German-speaking workers. They also continued quarreling with more prominent radicals, including Karl Grun, Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, Wilhelm Weitling, and the followers of Louis-Auguste Blanqui. Marx and Engels consistently advocated for a democratic politics, driven by the mass of workers themselves, to the point that the day's insurrectionists could call them moderates. Their talents, however, still commanded respect, and the pair was commissioned by the Communist League to write the Communist Manifesto, which was published on the eve of the 1848 revolutions. The final draft drew on the ideas of both men, but it was composed entirely by Marx. The bourgeoisie, the Manifesto argued, has been the first to show what man's activity can bring about. It has accomplished wonders far surpassing Egyptian pyramids, Roman aqueducts, and Gothic cathedrals. It has conducted expeditions that put in the shade all former exoduses of nations and crusades. Driven to expand and find new markets, the capitalists described by Marx are revolutionaries, dissolving all fixed, fast-frozen relations with their train of ancient and venerable prejudices and opinions. It's a better description, perhaps, of what capitalism has accomplished by 2018 than of its record in 1848. For all their wonder at these new developments, Marx and Engels claimed that the system's contradictions were only mounting as it matured. Along with modern industry, the bourgeoisie produced its own gravediggers, the proletariat. These workers had a reason to overthrow capitalism and replace it with a production system governed in their interests. Though it has been debated and scrutinized like no other work since the Bible, the Communist Manifesto was a short document written on the eve of an international revolution to popularize a political program. Its most important legacy was in laying out definitions of capitalism and communism, an association in which the free development of each is the condition for the free development of all, and describing the working-class agent at the heart of future transformations. Prior socialisms had embraced the underclass, sought the philanthropy of elites, crafted utopian schemes, or gazed backward to the agrarian past. Marx and Engels instead proposed galloping forward alongside modernity. Marx and Engels hoped that the revolutions of 1848 would be the immediate prelude to the proletarian revolution. Unrest had started in France but quickly spread to Germany, then Italy, Hungary, and a half-dozen other European countries. The contagion even reached Colombia and Brazil. But the specter of communism wasn't haunting the capitalist world. Radical republicanism was. Workers, artisans, and even some peasants demanded reforms such as minimum wages, suffrage, and state-provided education. Even when their demands were focused around challenging the aristocracy, they nevertheless found few allies in the bourgeoisie. If anything, Marx's mistake was in overestimating the political interest of capitalists to sweep away the old vestiges of feudalism. In the aftermath of 1848, he advocated that workers fight for their rights in new organizations, sometimes allied with, but fundamentally independent of, the erstwhile liberal bourgeoisie. Some governments were toppled, but many of the regimes survived or re-emerged. While other socialists responded to the defeats of 1848 by receding into conspiratorial radicalism. In the years that followed, Marx wedded himself sincerely to workers' causes. He engaged with the Chartists and later helped found the International Workingmen's Association, or IWA. When trade unionism spread in the 1850s and 60s, Marx saw potential in the movement. The Russian anarchist Mikhail Bakunin and others rejected the often politically conservative unions, but Marx interpreted them as a sign of an increasingly self-organized and class-conscious movement, prerequisites for the struggles that could lift workers out of misery. At the same time, Marx, Jenny, and their growing family were miserable themselves, an infernal mess of poverty and woe. He was living in London on whatever Engels sent him and the pittance he earned from his journalism for the New York Daily Tribune. Marx was hounded by bill collectors and suffering from ill health when he began writing his masterwork, Capital, in 1852. By then his thinking had matured. He was a historical materialist, which meant that he thought various forms of society reflect different material possibilities and constraints. Modes of production moved in stages, and each stage yielded a certain set of social relations. As Marx wrote in The Poverty of Philosophy, "The hand mill gives you society with the feudal lord, the steam mill society with the industrial capitalist." Like previous modes of production, capitalism would eventually become a fetter on development and would have to be replaced by another. This wasn't necessarily a determinist argument. Marx believed that men make their own history, but they do not make it as they please. They do not make it under self-selected circumstances, but under circumstances existing already, given and transmitted from the past. Agency, through class struggle, was the motor of history, though it was molded by context. In Theses on Feuerbach, Marx criticized the vulgar materialism of the young Hegelians, who downplayed the role of political actors in changing society, and described history as an interplay of circumstance and human activity. Even without the insights of historical materialism, anyone living amid the Industrial Revolution knew that their era was profoundly unlike previous ones. In Capital, Marx explained more convincingly than anyone else how it came about, as well as its defining features. The effort took him 15 years. All the while, he recalled The Unknown Masterpiece, his favorite Honoré de Balzac short story. In it, a painter, Frenhofer, spends a decade perfecting a portrait meant to be the most complete representative of reality. When he discovers that all he has produced is a woman's foot and a confused swirl of colors, he destroys his painting and dies. When it was finally released in 1867, the first volume of Capital won no great fanfare. Like Fraunhofer, Marx must have despaired, thinking himself a failure. But as the late scholar Marshall Berman pointed out, and Balzac had no way of knowing, the painter's great work is in fact a perfect description of a 20th century abstract painting. Capital received its widest acclaim after Marx's death, and it certainly reads like a modernist work in that it's made up of layers upon layers of satire, metaphor, and allusion. If you search through its web of footnotes, you'll find denunciations of dwarf economists and references to Don Quixote and Sophocles. All of this might have made the volume more confusing than it needed to be, but the core of Capital is a clear demystification of capitalism. Marx showed how natural resources, capital, and human labor had been harnessed through organization to create great wealth. Under earlier modes of production, people bartered by exchanging commodity C for commodity C. Later, money M helped us mediate those transactions. We sold commodities in return for money that we used to purchase another good, C, M, C. Capitalists, however, relate to exchange differently. They used money from commodity sales to invest in production in order to make more goods than they were then compelled by competition to sell at a profit, MCM. Much of the resulting yield was thrown back into making more commodities in the restless, never-ending process of profit-making. If capitalists ever slowed down or showed any mercy, they would get swallowed up by their rivals. But Marx, of course, didn't just see markets and commodities when examining capitalism. He saw the labor of millions ensnared by it. In all but the most primitive societies, labor beyond a subsistence level created a surplus, and any surplus was appropriated, consumed, or otherwise directed by elites. Under feudalism, exploitation was obvious. If peasants had to give 40% of their yield to their lord, they knew that out of the 50 days they labored in the fields, they were only reaping the rewards of 30. Marx pointed out that similar dynamics existed under capitalism. Workers couldn't just be employed for the necessary working time required to ensure their existence. Capitalists kept their firms profitable by extracting surplus value through extending the working day or increasing the pace and efficiency of production. It's easy to understand this concept on production lines. If you're bottling 100 curry pasta sauce jars an hour, 60 of those might be necessary to pay your wages and other overheads, but every jar after that is surplus. Some goes directly into a capitalist's pockets, but much of it is reinvested into production to keep firms competitive. Socialists call this phenomenon exploitation. Marx believed there were ways to diminish exploitation short of ending capitalism completely. He was a vigorous advocate of the United Kingdom's Factory Act of 1847, because it restricted the working hours of women and young people in mills to 10 hours a day. It was a politically imposed limit on the extent of capitalist exploitation, and thus a triumph of the political economy of the working class. Capital was presenting a theory, and like all theory, its goal was to simplify an almost infinitely complex reality to arrive at certain truths. It was a critique of the ascendant political economy of the time, not a completely fleshed-out alternative body of political economy, and it was concerned with the broad contours of capitalism, not its fine-grained details. Still, capital remains a profound accomplishment. Marx wrote of a system prone to crises, always close to spiraling out of control, but still incredibly dynamic. He brings to light conflict and the subordination of person to person, but also the subordination of all people to the market. We can recognize the same forces acting on us today whenever we stress over bills, worry about our relationship to our bosses, or wonder why so many of them seem to be sociopaths. The market demands it. Marx's hope, however, was that a system with people at the core could be consciously changed. What a successor system might look like, Marx only vaguely indicated. He didn't want to fall into the same trap of the utopian socialists, such as France's Saint-Simon and Britain's Robert Owen. They spent their energy writing detailed blueprints for the future, but had no strategy to realize them besides the goodwill of elites. What's more, they suffered from a profoundly anti-democratic sensibility. Marx believed that socialism came from the struggles of workers, not the plans of a few intellectuals. In The German Ideology, Marx did describe an end of history, communism. He wrote of a world without states and with class divisions overcome, in which society regulates the general production and thus makes it possible for me to do one thing today and another tomorrow, to hunt in the morning, fish in the afternoon, rear cattle in the evening, criticize after dinner just as I have a mind, without ever becoming hunter, fisherman, herdsman, or critic. This passage is often ridiculed for its utopianism, but it's a provocation to imagine a future where abundance reigned and people were freed from social constraints. Marx recognized the need for a transition period, socialism, or what he called the dictatorship of the proletariat. This would come about after the ruling class was dispossessed, but also with the world in every respect still stamped with the birthmarks of the old society from whose womb it emerges. As opposed to post-political communism, socialism essentially meant radical democracy. The use of the word dictatorship, which has left the phrase open to critique, meant something specific in Marx's usage. The meaningful distinction to Marx was between personal dictatorships and social dictatorships, in which an entire class had a say in governance. Broadly, the task of a dictatorship of the proletariat would be to introduce new economic and social measures and slowly lay the groundwork for the communist future. Though Marx introduced the concept in his writings on the 1848 revolution, most of his ideas about working-class rule appear in his discussions of the Paris Commune. The Commune was a radical government that briefly flowered in 1871 after the collapse of Napoleon III's regime. The Commune, as Marx wrote, was formed of the municipal councillors, chosen by universal suffrage in the various wards of the town, responsible and revocable at short terms. It was a working, not a parliamentary body, executive and legislative at the same time. It was not, in other words, an authoritarian dictatorship. Marx described an egalitarian, participatory democracy. When the Paris Commune was brutally crushed by the Versailles government, Marx eulogized it, writing that it would be forever celebrated as the glorious harbinger of a new society. He lamented that the communards hadn't gone far enough in destroying the capitalist government or taking control of more levers of economic power. In the Communist Manifesto and elsewhere, Marx presented an immediate set of demands for the socialist movement. If successful, they would have resulted in a society where a radically transformed democratic state held formerly private property and used it rationally under the direction and to the benefit of the people. How this would work in practice was beyond the scope of Marx's ambition, and anyway the question never came close to relevancy in his lifetime. Marx could not have been expected to see perfectly into the future, but he proved remarkably far-sighted. Adam Smith wrote The Wealth of Nations in 1776 and died in 1790. He only saw the very beginning of capitalism. It was Marx who gazed at the great factory cities, steamboats, and railroads, and guessed that more marvels were to come. It was also Marx who never lost sight of the human cost of progress. His moral outrage made him a socialist, but he spent far more of his life examining capitalism than envisioning an alternative to it. Humanity might have always been trucking, bartering, and exchanging, but we've also been dreaming of cooperation and equality at the same time. In Buddha's rebellion against the caste system, in the Hebrew Bible's ire against those who rob poor ones of justice, in Christianity's revolutionary humanism, and in generations of peasant revolt, we've seen egalitarian ideas appear and take hold. The French Revolution of 1789 trumpeted the Enlightenment dream of liberty, equality, and fraternity. Its appeal has never been extinguished, but it has been frustrated by capitalism, the very system that creates the riches to make it achievable. Despite his prescience, and despite his belief in capitalism's capacity to transform and adapt, Marx could not have foreseen the welfare states of the 20th century, or how ordinary workers could rise out of poverty and even become consumers of luxury goods. But the core of the system he described is little changed. Capitalism is crisis-prone, is built on domination and exploitation, and for all its micro-rationality, has produced macro-irrationalities in the form of social and environmental destruction. It's also a truly universal system. When Marx wrote in the Manifesto that all that is solid melts into air before capital's might, it had barely spread beyond the West. Now, finally, capitalism reigns supreme in all corners of the world. More improviser than prophet, what Marx left us wasn't scripture, but a method of looking at the world and a set of concerns to animate us. Over the years he revised and constantly questioned his own thought, but remained consistent as a Democrat and a believer that the majority had an interest in its own self-emancipation. If we can fault him for anything, it's for how unqualified that faith was, and for underestimating how capitalism could find ways to mitigate, if not solve, its contradictions. Marx's fate over the past century has been a sad one. He once said his favorite motto was, "Doubt all things." But under authoritarian regimes, Marxism was turned into a science that allowed no room for doubt. Dialectical materialism became rigid, a dogmatic caricature used to produce insights on everything from genetics to theater art. But Marx should be saved from being rendered toothless by today's academics, too. He wasn't an innocent bystander just trying to understand capitalism. Philosophers have only interpreted the world, Marx famously wrote. The point is to change it. True to his word, Marx was just as much a pamphleteer and an activist as he was a theorist. He left behind thousands of pages of notes, correspondence, and passionate political interventions. There was a reason Marx was chased from country after country by state agents. In 1883, as his friend was being buried, Engels reminded mourners that Marx was, before all else, a revolutionist. His real mission in life was to contribute, in one way or another, to the overthrow of capitalist society and of the state institutions which it had brought into being, to contribute to the liberation of the modern proletariat. Marx's sprawling ideas were meant to be taken and made useful for future struggles, vulgarized necessarily perhaps, but still true to their radically democratic essence. In the 12 years between Marx's death and his own, Engels helped refine and propagate the materialist conception of history among movements of workers who were turning to socialism. No movement was larger, more influential, or more loyal to Marxism's founders than the Social Democrats of their homeland. Chapter 3. The Future We Lost. Rosa Luxemburg was already a distinguished theorist when she started teaching activists and trade unionists at the Social Democratic Party's SPD Berlin School. In one classroom photo from 1907, she's smiling and standing not far from where Friedrich Ebert, the future German president, sits. Another student of hers, Wilhelm Pieck, is in the same row, even closer. He also went on to be a German president. Ebert, a social democrat, helmed the pre-war Weimar Republic. Pieck, the communist post-war East German state. Each of their paths led to power. Rosa Luxemburg's led to the bottom of a canal. On January 15, 1919, the same day she was martyred, her comrade Karl Liebknecht was wheeled into a morgue, riddled with gunshot wounds. Liebknecht's father was co-founder of the SPD, a party that Luxemburg had joined 20 years earlier. They both intimately knew the men blamed for their deaths, Friedrich Ebert and Gustav Noske. In 1891, all four of them had been at the pivotal Erfurt Congress, where they laid the groundwork for a generation of working-class politics. SPD leader August Bebel spoke at the meeting with widely shared confidence. "I am convinced that there are only a few people in this hall who will not experience the great day of socialism." As Luxemburg recounted, a warm, electric stream of life, of idealism, of security in joyful action swept through the delegates. In the years that followed, Europe's socialists had plenty of cause for optimism. In election after election, their parties saw vote totals climb as newly enfranchised workers turned out for them. It seemed natural, not least to terrified industrialists, that working-class political rights were translating into a shift in the balance of power. But the pressures that would ultimately kill many of the democratic revolutionaries, corrupt those who survived, and turn others into defenders of law and order, were already emerging. The socialist movements of the 19th and early 20th centuries never ended up inheriting the world. Not just poorly led, they ran into a recurring problem of collective action. Though workers could only win gains through class struggle, they had more than their chains to lose in revolutionary politics. They relied on capital to survive and could not so easily break with the system that oppressed them and marched them off to war. Still, as we will discuss, the Second International era gave birth to mass working-class parties that for the first time threatened to take state power from capitalists. The debates and political forms that emerged during this period have shaped the left ever since, as have questions about how the 20th century would have played out if these organizations had taken a different course. By the middle of the 19th century, Germany was undergoing a chaotic transformation into an industrial powerhouse. The country's Junker class of aristocratic landholders were paradoxically committed to breakneck modernization. The emerging capitalist class, for its part, didn't fully commit to the revolution of 1848, leaving political power mostly in the hands of the old elite and increasingly ceding the fight for democracy to workers. Like thousands of others, the future leader of German social democracy, August Bebel, went from trade union politics to socialism after reading the work of Ferdinand Lassalle. Lassalle was an unlikely founder of the General German Workers' Association, ADAV. At barely 20 years old, he had won fame defending the Countess Sophie von Hatzfeldt in a protracted divorce. His first instinct was to challenge her husband to a duel, but after he was turned down, he pursued an 8-year legal battle fought in 36 different courtrooms. Ultimately, Lassalle triumphed, winning the Countess and himself a large fortune. Soon enough, he secured a more permanent place in history. After 1848, German workers began to see liberalism as inadequate to their interests, and Lassalle took up their cause. At a time when veteran German socialists were in an uneasy alliance with the middle-class Progressive Party, Lassalle used his considerable talents to sway the movement in a different direction. In 1863, he helped found the ADAV, which adopted as its platform his sprawling treatise that argued for universal suffrage and state support for producer cooperatives. In pursuit of these demands, Lassalle attempted to forge an alliance with Otto von Bismarck, building on their shared opposition to liberalism. The bid for support failed, and the just 39-year-old Lassalle died in a duel soon after. Intellectually, Lassalle drew on Marxism but found fierce critics in Marx and Engels themselves, though the penniless Marx used to sometimes ask him for loans. He saw the state as autonomous rather than an instrument of class rule, and his belief in an iron law of wages, the idea that nothing could prevent wages from falling below subsistence levels, led him to downplay the possibilities for trade union victories within capitalism. More importantly, Marx and Engels rejected his bid for reform from above, instead advocating mass struggle to achieve change. Yet after Lassalle's death, even his famous detractors had to concede that his efforts had woken up the German working class to a destiny distinct from liberalism. With its newly anointed leader suddenly dead, the future of the German workers' movement was uncertain. Bebel eventually moved toward more conventional Marxist thought, and together with Wilhelm Liebknecht, a personal friend of Marx's, founded the Social Democratic Workers' Party, SDAP, in 1869. Unlike the ADAV, the party's program was clear, built on 10 defined demands and 6 general principles that laid out the injustice of the present situation, the goal of working-class liberation from the wage-labor system in particular, and class society as a whole, and a commitment to political freedom and democracy. The seeds of what would become Second International Marxism were apparent in the SDAP program, but when the party merged with the ADAV 6 years later to form the 20,000-strong Socialist Workers' Party of Germany, SAP, the new organization's founding document had a distinct Lassallean flavor. It predictably drew the ire of Marx. The text claimed that labor is the source of all wealth and all culture. What about nature? Marx objected, and established a resolute principle of working-class independence. The emancipation of labor must be the work of the laboring class, opposed to which all other classes are only a reactionary body. The Gotha program, as the SAP's manifesto was called, sought the free state and the socialist society, the destruction of the iron law of wages, the overthrow of exploitation in all forms, and the abolition of all social and political inequality. In addition to his continued theoretical opposition to the Lassallean iron law of wages thesis, and the idea that even other oppressed classes were a reactionary body, Marx rightly questioned what this desired free state was. Only a decade had passed since Lassalle's failed overture to Bismarck, and he thought it vital for the SAP to have a clear view of the state. As he wrote in The German Ideology, 1846, "The executive of the modern state is nothing but a committee for managing the common affairs of the whole bourgeoisie." A party whose socialist ideas were more than skin-deep would have to overcome that state and fight for a transition period in which the state can be nothing but the revolutionary dictatorship of the proletariat. Marx did not spell out the implications in his critique of the Gotha program, nor elsewhere in his writings, besides in his brief commentary on the Paris Commune. That omission, what form politics should take under socialism and how should the socialist state's institutions be structured, would be significant in the next century. At the time, however, Marx's polemics aside, the Socialist Workers' Party grew and evolved in the newly unified German nation. Bismarck, now the German Empire's first chancellor, was well aware of the party's organizing efforts. He might have recalled his early meetings with Lassalle, and thus how willing some workers were to embrace statist reforms. He implemented a carrot-and-stick approach toward the restive workers' movement. The stick came first. The new SAP won 9% in the 1877 elections, a modest amount, but a threefold increase over the total ADAV-SDAP vote in 1874. Soon arrived a pretext to clamp down on the party. 2 attempts in 1878 on the Kaiser's life by presumed leftists. It was more than enough for Bismarck to convince the Reichstag to pass Sozialistengesetz, a series of acts banning social democratic agitation. The SAP could still stand for elections, but campaigning was effectively impossible. Party meetings were forbidden, newspapers were shuttered, and members sometimes arrested. Factory owners across the country made their workers sign vows that they were not social democrats. Then came the carrot, as Bismarck began to offer workers a kind of socialism from above, health insurance and social security schemes, believing that the real grievance of the worker is the insecurity of his existence. The Social Democrats weren't fooled, even by the regime's selective nationalizations. They realized that capitalism need not be laissez-faire, and pejoratively labeled Bismarck's plan state socialism. Voters, for their part, saw the situation quite rationally. The concessions were made because of the SAP's strength, which only served to vindicate it. Bismarck discovered that winning concessions often emboldens rather than placates the oppressed. The SAP continued to radicalize. At its first Congress in exile in 1880, it removed a Gotha program clause vowing to struggle only by legal means. 3 years later, delegates went further and called their party a revolutionary one without parliamentary illusions, and proud of its roots in the great master Marx. Social democracy was becoming a force beyond Germany as well. The Second Internationale, the successor to the International Working Men's Association of Marx's day, was founded in Paris on Bastille Day 1889, 100 years after the start of the French Revolution. The hall at Salpêtrelle chosen for the gathering was draped in red cloth and filled with red flags. Above its presidium, in gold letters, read the parting exhortation of the Communist Manifesto, "Workers of the world, unite." The venue proved too small for the 400 delegates from 19 countries, and hasty preparations had to be made to host the rest of the proceedings elsewhere. Often with the Germans as their model, parties sprouted up across Europe claiming fealty to Marxism. It is easy then to conflate the triumph of Marxism, or even socialism more broadly, with the general rise of workers' movements. But objective and subjective factors were equally important. Socialists were able to credibly explain the injustices of the capitalist system, convince people that it could be done away with, and describe an agent with an interest in its overthrow. But they wouldn't have been able to do this without mass discontent amid rapid urbanization and industrialization. The process of creating a shared working-class identity and a politics to match it required brilliant feats of adaptation and organizing. Throughout most of the 19th century, radical movements were dominated by non-Marxists. First, utopian socialists who sought to build harmonious societies through creating a new man in communes, then intransigent anarchists who posed a maximalist opposition to both capitalist domination and the state itself. It was Marxist-influenced, scientific socialism that provided a more credible account of the difficult world workers found themselves in, and a plausible way out. Parties across Europe met various roadblocks on the road to socialism. Most of the Second Internationale, aside from the Russians, had more favorable conditions to organize in at home than did the Germans. At the Paris Congress, Bebel warned his colleagues to burn papers before returning to Germany and look out for state agents in their midst. It was a reminder that their early success was not without its hardships, with party leaders in exile or under constant threat of arrest. They soon experienced some relief, as Bismarck's 1890 resignation coincided with the expiration of the anti-socialist laws. SAP campaigning was once again legal. By then, the newly renamed Social Democratic Party had amassed a considerable base of support. 1 in 5 German voters backed it in 1890. This didn't translate into political victories. Germany was intensely federalized, and different states had different suffrage laws. Where social democracy was strongest, such as in Prussia, representation was also less democratic, and conservative rural districts were heavily favored. Thus, though the largest party by popular vote, the SPD ended up with the 5th largest Reichstag contingent. With over 1.4 million votes, the party won only 35 seats, while the German Conservative Party received 73 from 895,100 votes. What's more, though it had a parliament, Germany remained a semi-autocratic monarchy. The emperor held sway in foreign policy and directly appointed a chancellor, who had great power over domestic affairs. And in the Reichstag itself, a conservative Junker could win rousing applause after saying, "The King of Prussia and German Emperor must always be able to say to a lieutenant, 'Take 10 men and shoot the Reichstag.'" That same representative would play a role making Hitler chancellor in 1933. Not surprisingly, the SPD tended to see German democracy as a sham. It still sought democratic victories, but for the most part the SPD adopted a stance of pure opposition. Elections were mostly measures of strength and for propaganda purposes. Even when the party won seats, legislative bodies were treated primarily as arenas to clarify class lines. Social democratic legislators voted against state budgets. The movement had no interest in managing the capitalist state, only in organizing the working class, with an eye to a future period in power. The party's theory reflected its isolation. Its 1891 Erfurt program was a considerably more radical and Marxist document than the Gotha program. Written by Eduard Bernstein and Karl Kautsky, 2 theorists who would shape the SPD for years to come, the text portended the collapse of capitalism, describing an era of devastating crises and the ever more stark opposition between exploiters and the exploited. Private ownership, once the revolutionary force described in the Communist Manifesto, was now presented as a fetter on economic development. The solution proposed by Erfurt was the socialization of all private production. As Bernstein and Kautsky wrote, such a transformation amounts to the emancipation not only of the proletariat, but of the entire human race. The immediate tasks of the day were laid out in a section largely drafted by Bernstein. Without political rights, the working class cannot carry on its economic struggles and develop its economic organization. It cannot bring about the transfer of the means of production into the possession of the community without first having obtained political power. The Erfurt program also shifted away from Lassallean illiberalism to a declaration that the party fights not only the exploitation and oppression of wage earners in society today, but every manner of exploitation and oppression, whether directed against a class, party, sex, or race. The program concluded with a list of demands, ranging from proportional representation and universal suffrage to political freedoms and free medical care to the replacement of Germany's standing army with a militia. It also advocated workplace reforms such as the 8-hour day, an end to child labor, and the prohibition of night work. There is an obvious gap between the radical, almost apocalyptic vision of capitalism in crisis and the comparatively modest immediate demands put forth by Bernstein and Kautsky. There was also a more subtle tension in the program between the urgency of the crisis described and the relatively passive role assigned to the working-class party. It is the task of the Social Democratic Party to shape the struggle of the working class into a conscious and unified one, and to point out the inherent necessity of its goals. This is a concept of the party that Kautsky in particular would return to, one that prepares for, but does not make, revolution. But, for the time, the Erfurt program worked. Its marriage of maximalism and incrementalism proved practical for a broad party. All members of the SPD thought that reforms should be sought. The debate within the party was over how that should happen: class independence or alliances, rupture or compromise. All agreed, too, that the proletariat should look toward the socialist horizon. More than anyone else, Kautsky embodied the Erfurtian synthesis. The quintessential German Marxist was actually born in Prague and grew up in Vienna. Unlike the proletarian Bebel, Kautsky was from a middle-class family that encouraged his interest in art, history, and philosophy. As a teenager, the 1871 Paris Commune stirred his imagination, but so did books like George Sand's The Sin of Monsieur Antoine, a mid-century work filled with romantic, radical sentiments. But the intellectual climate that Kautsky and others were born into was anything but idealist. This was an era of scientific advance, highly rationalist in its outlook. The young Kautsky studied Charles Darwin and biologist Ernst Haeckel. Marxism was not positivist, but it was able to draw in intellectuals with both its clear moral opposition to capitalist exploitation and its claim to know the laws of history and where it was headed. Kautsky joined the Social Democratic Party of Austria when he was 21, allying himself with the most radical, verging on anarchist wing of a fractious formation. Even then, he was more of an intellectual than an organizer, and in 1880 his work took him to Zurich, a city teeming with socialist exiles from across Germany and Russia. He met Eduard Bernstein there. Bernstein was just a few years older than Kautsky, and they quickly became of one heart and one soul. Together they studied Engels's Anti-Dühring, a thorough rebuttal of the ethical, cross-class, as opposed to class-struggle-driven socialism promoted by Eugen Dühring. The experience won them both over to Marxism. Through Bernstein and Bebel, Kautsky started a correspondence with Engels and ventured to London in March 1881 to visit him and Marx for several months. Engels took to him, while Marx, nearing his final days, thought Kautsky a very talented drinker, but intellectually a mediocrity with a small-minded outlook. In sum, that made him a decent fellow in his own way. Throughout the 1880s, Kautsky would make trips to London, growing close with Engels. The friendship would endure until Engels's death in 1895, after which Kautsky was widely accepted as his heir. It was through Kautsky, not its two founders, that Marxism first captivated a mass audience. Kautsky was an industrious and intermittently brilliant theorist, but his success had much to do with timing. He founded the widely read socialist theoretical journal Die Neue Zeit in 1883. Coupled with his connection to Engels and the support of Bebel, Kautsky became an authoritative voice within the SPD without ever having run for a party post. After the Second Internationale was formed, and with his Erfurt program emulated by party after party, Kautsky was, without irony, considered the Pope of Marxism. During his day, socialism broke from its relative isolation and merged itself with a broader workers' movement. For the first time, they could be spoken of as one and the same. The fact that Kautsky was in Germany, the epicenter of social democracy, was key to his prominence. The Social Democratic Party reached new heights every year, from 352,000 votes on its founding in 1874 to 1.4 million in 1890, to 3 million, nearly one-third of the electorate in 1903. Social democratic workers weren't just voting for the party. They were enmeshed in its institutions and emotionally committed to its cause. Despite the working class's growing importance, it was isolated from mainstream German culture. The SPD wasn't just a party. It was an alternative culture where workers could educate themselves in a day school or through reading 75 affiliated papers, play in sports leagues or gymnastic clubs, and find friends and lovers at picnics and party taverns. This sense of collective belonging was cemented by lectures, rallies, and rituals. At times, Bebel's rhetoric seemed to mimic the messianic appeal of Christianity. Christians knew that Christ would come again in his glory to judge the living and the dead. Social Democrats knew that every moment drew them closer to salvation on earth. But more concretely, social democracy's network of cooperative businesses and credit unions offered advancement to some workers, and for many others its clinics and other services filled gaps in the Bismarckian welfare state. For a party unable to deliver legislative victories, these material gains translated into legitimacy. More loftily, in theory, the state within the state was providing workers with the training and experience they would need when the great day finally came, and they were to govern. In practice, it may be that these institutions fostered moderation and integrated workers into mainstream German society, rather than offering an alternative to it. But those who already had power, not just in Germany but across Europe, looked nervously at the Social Democrats among them, growing more numerous by the day. There were those within the movement, however, who were beginning to question its foundation. This was perhaps to be expected. From the start, the modern left had been divided over countless questions, but in this case, its source was not. Eduard Bernstein, co-author of the party's Erfurt program, began to drift away from its orthodoxy in the mid-1890s. Though largely unschooled, Bernstein was supremely talented. Both Marx and Engels regarded him as the superior intellect to the younger Kautsky. After his short stint in Zurich, Bernstein spent over a decade living in London, engaging with another rising workers' movement, but one that had less time for Marxism. Bernstein arrived in England with impeccable Marxist credentials, but in the same British library where Marx had labored, he spent long days struggling to stretch his teachings, to bring them in accord with practical realities. The usually gregarious Bernstein distanced himself from friends and grew irritable, tormented by an intellectual dilemma. Capitalism was thriving and proving itself malleable, and he didn't foresee a collapse of the bourgeois economy in the near future. Not explicitly rejecting Marx, but instead using ambiguities in his thought to defend his new positions, Bernstein radically questioned orthodox Marxism. In a series of Neue Zeit articles, he posited that capitalism had morphed in a way Marx and Engels did not anticipate. For one, society wasn't splitting up into two great hostile camps, bourgeoisie and proletariat, as the Communist Manifesto claimed and the Erfurt program echoed. Instead of disappearing, intermediary classes played a vital role in the modern economy. The 1891 program had also said that production was increasingly becoming the monopoly of a relatively small number of capitalists and large landowners. But as Bernstein pointed out, smaller firms were alive and well. As for workers, though they were certainly exploited and suffering, their material standing was slowly improving rather than deteriorating. Bernstein ventured furthest from his previous views when he insisted that capitalism had found ways to self-regulate and avoid crises, and that the working class had won the means, in the form of parliaments, to shape its development and slowly legislate reforms. His final broadside against the doom and gloom and revolutionary posturing of his party's mainstream was his proclamation that the ultimate aim of socialism is nothing, but the movement is everything. Though he was wrong about capitalism's ability to prevent crises, Bernstein perceived that though it was filled with internal contradictions, capitalism also had mechanisms for stabilization and adaptation. There is a reason none of capitalism's many crises have proved terminal. More importantly, Bernstein offered a solution to tensions in the Erfurt program. The fault, Bernstein wrote, lies in the doctrine which assumes that progress depends on the deterioration of social conditions. The party claimed that capitalism was collapsing, but its immediate tasks seemed neither to hasten its demise nor to forestall it. Bernstein saw capitalism stabilizing itself, and he was glad for it, as it was in this environment that workers could win gains. His view that the ultimate aim of socialism is nothing didn't mean that he abandoned socialism, but rather that he saw the path to it as gradual rather than through revolution. Fittingly, the English-language collection of his work was titled Evolutionary Socialism. Bernstein's insistence that social democracy would reach new heights when it freed itself from obsolete phraseology and was willing to appear what it really is today, a democratic socialist reform party, foreshadowed post-war social democracy, when new opportunities appeared to manage the capitalist state in the interests of workers. In his own time, Bernstein's status as a leading Marxist intellectual meant the Neue Zeit articles caused worldwide controversy. Bernstein was right to question the teleology that ran through Second International Marxism. Borrowing from Kant, he believed that socialism was something that morally and ethically ought to be, not something that was necessarily destined to be. But Bernstein missed the fact that the confidence that history was on their side gave socialists strength. It also helped paper over differences between revolutionaries and reformists within social democratic parties. Kautsky at first hesitated in response to his friend. Not only was personal affection at play, but he seemed genuinely unsure what to make of the work. When its political implications became clear, however, the challenge couldn't be ignored. The future of the entire movement seemed to rest on their doctrinal dispute. When Kautsky entered the fray, he did so vigorously, both privately and publicly. Writing Bernstein directly, he complained that his Marxism had collapsed and that Bernstein was trying to become a representative of English socialism with his moderate turn. Engels had also once worried about Bernstein's affinity for Britain's moderate Fabian socialists, but dismissed it as a symptom of health troubles he was dealing with at the time. Bernstein, for his part, simply asserted that English capitalism was further along the same road as Germany and other industrial nations. At his most damning, Kautsky even said that his friend had ceased to be a social democrat at all and didn't have a place in the SPD. The theorist had already traded barbs with Bavarian reformist Georg von Vollmar, who went further than Bernstein and favored the SPD's transformation from a workers' party into a broader people's party. Kautsky responded that such a development would mean going from a party of the fighting proletariat into an eclectic swamp of frustrated fellows. But the most powerful riposte to Bernstein came from Rosa Luxemburg, who wrote a series of articles called Social Reform or Revolution. They represented the finest synthesis of Marxist orthodoxy yet written. Luxemburg argues that far from stabilizing capitalism, the growth of finance capital and industrial cartels would exacerbate the system's crises. The young, Polish-born radical didn't reject the daily fight for reforms or the importance of trade unions, seeing them as vital to building class consciousness. but she argued that a socialist society would emerge only after a decisive rupture with capitalism. She likened the struggles of those who tried to gradually bring about change within capitalism to the plight of Sisyphus. They make progress up the hill only to have to start again when their reforms are rolled back. In other words, without the structural leap to socialism, all that is won is the momentary suppression of the abuses of capitalism instead of suppression of capitalism itself. There was a difference in emphasis between Luxemburg's hammer blow of revolution and Kautsky's more passive role for the party, but for the moment the two thinkers were in accord. Kautsky would trumpet social reform or revolution and help bring more attention to Luxemburg's work. The larger distinction, after all, was between the radicals like them and the reformists, or revisionists as they were known, like Bernstein. Toward the end of 1898, the SPD officially intervened into the growing theoretical dispute at the party's Stuttgart Congress. Ultimately, the leadership joined the radicals and repudiated Bernstein, but the revisionists would eventually have their moment. The 1903 election witnessed the SPD extend its appeal for the first time to the middle class. The revisionists tried to use the occasion to force the party to take its parliamentary work more seriously by forming tactical coalitions with liberals to win reforms. The radicals beat them back at the Dresden Congress that year, however, buoyed by Kautsky's broadsides against the moderates, and again with the support of Bebel and much of the party executive. In January 1905, SPD radicals found additional encouragement abroad. Russia's 1905 revolution showed the power of working-class mobilization. The Romanov dynasty, which had seemed unassailable, was almost driven from power. Labor militancy also rose within Germany, with strike activity increasing dramatically. The conditions, lockouts, increased employer organization, and cost of living increases that led to caution among trade union leaders, fostered militancy in the rank and file. Debates within the SPD over the mass or general strike had gone on for several years, but the events of 1905 gave them more urgency. Instead of localized work stoppages at one plant or in one sector, mass strikes were political tools to force drastic concessions across industries. In the United States, the Philadelphia General Strike in 1835 called for wage increases and a 10-hour workday. Similar strikes occurred in 1877 in St. Louis and in 1892 in New Orleans. But the mass strikes debated in Germany were those by Belgian workers hoping to secure universal suffrage. Luxemburg thought the Belgians too timid tactically, and the revolution in Russia proved how far the general strike could go. While the revisionists saw a path to reform through the existing parliament and liberal coalitions, radicals, armed with this new weapon, could present a vision of democratizing the state through street action. In 1905, Kautsky was the voice of the radicals. His analysis of the 1905 revolution, in particular his warnings about the mendacity of Russian liberalism and his commentary on the radical potential of the empire's peasantry, was admired by Lenin and eventually proved prescient. It was his ally Luxemburg, however, who saw the Russian experience as replicable in Germany. When the revolution broke out, she traveled in disguise and took part in the movement in Poland, where she witnessed ordinary workers radicalize in the span of weeks. In her 1906 book, The Mass Strike, the Political Party and the Trade Unions, Luxemburg endorsed general strikes. But unlike anarchists, Luxemburg didn't equate the tactic with revolution, in contradistinction to the daily political struggle of the working class, but rather saw it as a tool to raise class consciousness and exert power. Luxemburg reminded readers that economic and political struggles were inseparable. Rather than trade unions launching limited economic strikes for better conditions and wages, indefinite general strikes could win political ends, including suffrage and democratization. These gains wouldn't preclude parliamentary action, but rather turn Parliament into a vehicle that could actually pass radical reforms. Unlike for Bernstein, the movement was not everything for Luxembourg. It had a distinct aim: the dictatorship of the proletariat, a task accomplished during a long period of gigantic social struggles. And unlike Babel, Luxembourg didn't see the mass strike as a one-off event directed by the party, but a grassroots form of struggle that couldn't be turned on and off by command. By breaking down the barriers between economic and political struggles, Luxembourg was attempting to stall the growing separation of the trade union movement and social democracy. Though in theory unions had no official power within the party, in practice, a theory of equal authority was gaining favor. Unions would use workplace strikes tactically, and the SPD would use Parliament to win political reforms. But with the path to reforms blocked by the anti-democratic Reichstag and many rank-and-file workers discontent with their economic situation, the need for a more radical approach was obvious to Luxembourg. Luxembourg's enthusiasm for the new wave of worker militancy might have led her to underestimate the strength of the status quo. At the turn of the century, Social Democratic Party membership was surging, but its affiliated unions were growing at an even faster clip. It was among organized labor that Bernstein's ideas found warm welcome. Fueled by a booming economy, the unions evolved from fringe, radical bodies to the mass guarantors of economic security. They organized 1.7 million workers by 1906, while the party itself could only boast 400,000 members. Unions won tangible gains for their membership not by following the SPD's tack of pure opposition, but by negotiating with employers. Labor wrestled concessions by threatening to disrupt production if demands were not met. But the logic of capitalism sets limits on the nature and extent of those demands. Workers need their firms to be profitable to stay employed, which tempers wage demands. And though capitalists need workers in order to stay in business, the relationship between the two sides is asymmetrical, as the unemployed stood ready to fill in for unruly workers. Achieving real gains, then, required both steady offensives and also the shrewdness to know when to retreat. It was an environment that fostered moderation, not revolution. The stakes involved in this balancing act were high, and many in the union movement came to resent the more symbolic political demands of social democracy. For example, 30,000 workers were locked out by their employers in 1906 after observing the traditional May Day strike. Such provocative political actions threatened to deplete union funds needed for economic strikes and to open the way for a broader employer counteroffensive. Divisions emerged between the more moderate trade union members and the more ideological SPD general membership, but unions were themselves increasingly dominated by a conservative leadership. Growing trade union membership meant more staff to manage their affairs. This was no doubt necessary, but it created a bureaucratic layer of people who worked in the name of the working class, but were increasingly alienated from its day-to-day experience. The mass strike debate in particular was a persistent headache for the trade unions. The challenge, after all, wasn't just from radical intellectuals, but from some rank-and-file unionists, such as the Ruhr Basin's coal miners. The union leaders decided to deal with the problem preemptively. At the Cologne Labor Conference in May 1905, Theodor Bummelburg, head of the Masons Union, denounced the literati and its radical pretenses, and organized opposition to the mass strike tactic. It was an effort to inoculate the unions against the results of the SPD's coming Jena conference, in which debates about the mass strike would loom large. The unions not only rejected the tactic, but forbade discussion of it. Delegates insisted on peace in the labor movement to allow for unions to consolidate and grow. Their reply to outraged leftists would soon become familiar. Go back to Russia. Just a few months later, however, at the Jena Conference, the mass strike was endorsed by the party as a legitimate tactic, though with plenty of qualifications. It was a tension typical of the time. The general membership would push through radical measures, trade unions would either defeat or neuter those measures, and the executive would engage in rhetorical gymnastics to appease all sides. But the sides were not of equal strength. The party leadership, though in theory disputing the revisionism that much of the union bureaucracy endorsed, in practice came to side with them. Crucially, in 1906, trade unions were granted veto power if the party wanted to declare a general strike, and they disagreed. Even if they had reservations, the SPD's leadership reasoned that the growing power of allied unions meant that they had to be placated for the sake of unity. If they had any doubts about this course, figures like Bebel could look to the negative example of Britain, where the Marxists of the Social Democratic Federation were a marginal, isolated group, while a non-Marxist, reformist Labour Party enjoyed mass support. While revisionists were challenging the revolutionary goals of the Erfurt program, the radicals were seeking new tactics to make those goals a reality. All the while, the SPD executive struggled to preserve Erfurt's hard-won merger of the workers' and socialist movements. Yet its institutional needs would lead it to develop its own conservatizing bureaucracy. As it turned out, in a case study of the fragility of building a socialist movement within capitalism, the center would not hold. Friedrich Ebert arrived at the Social Democratic Party's Berlin office right after New Year's 1906 to find it in chaos. Record-keeping was abysmal, and the party was failing to collect desperately needed dues. To the outside world, the SPD was already without rival, the first mass party, but internally it was as if nothing had changed from the lean years underground. Ebert was just the man to turn things around. He wasn't a sterling orator or thinker, nor was he much to look at. One writer was kind enough to describe him as a short, fat man with short legs, a short neck, and a pear-shaped head on a pear-shaped body. But Ebert was disciplined and systematic, and quickly set about renovating the party's operations. He had been waiting for this opportunity for some time. The son of a tailor, Ebert was attracted to social democracy early in life, but he never joined its most radical wing. After struggling to survive as an artisan saddle-maker, like Bebel, he found material security through his political work. His administrative talents became apparent during his time as a member of Bremen's city council and as its local SPD labor secretary. It was a surprise, but no great one, when he was selected to join the party executive in 1905. Despite its explosive growth, the SPD had retained the structure it had adopted at Gotha in 1875. A 5-member executive, expanded to 7 in 1900, was tasked with managing day-to-day business, drafting the party Congress agenda, and carrying out its decisions. This body's work was overseen by a small control commission, while the leadership's links to branches throughout the country were maintained by volunteer liaisons elected out of locals. Combined with a handful of editors and staff from the party press, the central office only encompassed a few dozen people. The SPD was highly fragmented, reflecting both the composition of the German state and the legacy of anti-SPD legislation, and dependent on its volunteers. The pressure to change came initially from the radicals. Some local branches, like those in Bavaria and Baden, pushed for reformist politics that better matched conditions in areas where smaller-scale industry prevailed and agriculture was still dominant. The radicals, feeling confident after the 1905 Jena Congress, saw centralization as a way to discipline these regional tendencies and create a more coherent revolutionary organization. The idea was a mirror image of what trade union leaders were trying to do. As in the unions, the SPD's bureaucracy emerged mainly out of necessity. Throughout the 1890s, as the party grew, its structure became more complex. District and state party organs were added to the existing local ones. The central organization's tiny staff was meant to coordinate 500,000 members and support hundreds of electoral races. All wings of the SPD, whether they favored centralism or federalism, recognized the need for a larger bureaucracy. After years of delay, in 1905 the party eventually added more paid secretaries to its executive. The number of political officials was capped at 4. 2 chairs elected by the Party Congress and 2 members selected by the Control Commission, but the number of secretaries was left open. Ebert was the first elected secretary, and he used his newly created Secretary General position to revamp the party's office. He updated administrative protocols and introduced typewriters and filing cabinets. Records that were never kept, lest they fall into state agent hands, were now harnessed. Ebert's goals were to increase membership dues, expand the party press, develop its electoral machine, and vitally, generate data with which to evaluate progress toward these objectives. Local volunteers were overwhelmed with questionnaires the new infrastructure sent them. They naturally deferred more and more to the growing network of paid professionals. Ebert fulfilled his administrative mandate exceptionally, but his role was far from apolitical. His efforts brought him into contact with all of the party's local officials. While Kautsky thought in terms of epochs and continents, Ebert worked toward immediate solutions. He wasn't a revolutionary, but neither was the daily work of the party. He can hardly be faulted for building an administrative machine and targeting wavering voters from other parties. Even if he hadn't spent a decade as a moderate in Bremen, this work would have pushed Ebert into a tactical alliance with reformists. Bebel and other formerly radical members of the executive had met the same fate. For their part, Luxembourg and the other SPD radicals operated under the mistaken assumption that reformist party leaders would be forced out when a major political or economic crisis came. The radicals were right about one thing: a more sophisticated bureaucracy could have both improved the SPD's efficacy and supported rank-and-file militancy. Member engagement, greater oversight, term limits for secretaries, or any number of reforms could have checked any conservatizing tendencies. In the absence of these measures, however, the fact that the bureaucracy grew at a time when the trade union leadership and other dynamics were pushing the SPD rightward all but guaranteed the victory of more conservative forces. Social democratic workers were isolated from the rest of German society. This was a major reason they flocked to the SPD, with its clubs and welfare programs, in the first place. They were poorly educated, they lived in cramped, dirty housing, and their bodies were warped by overwork and fatigue. They were distinct, too, in their views on war. Other Germans cheered the patriotic cause during the 1870 to 1871 Franco-Prussian War. The working-class parties and trade unions opposed it. The society that had given them so little would get not one man, not one penny. In the early days, the SPD was split, with the Lassallians more accommodating of the national interest. But throughout the 1890s, the party was the Reich's only significant anti-militarist force, seeing the army as the tool of a rival class rather than of the nation as a whole. If there was any doubt, they could look at the institution's structure. generaled by Junkers, overseen by bourgeois officers, but manned by workers. It had the same class structure as the rest of Germany. In place of the old Prussian military system, the SPD proposed a citizens' militia. The Erfurt program's demands go far beyond those found in democratic republics. Education of all to bear arms, militia in the place of the standing army, determination by the popular assembly on questions of war and peace, settlement of all international disputes by arbitration. In practice, support for a militia system was justified on economic grounds more often than on moral ones. The Social Democrats used the issue to appeal to the popular classes, who disproportionately footed the bill for the military through indirect taxes. In this way, the fight against the Juncker-controlled army and navy were tied to the struggle for fiscal reform. The approach made tactical sense, as taxation was one of the few areas the Reichstag had discretion over, but hardly challenged the moral right of a ruler to plunge a nation into war. As internationalists, socialists believe that workers across nations share more with one another than with elites who speak the same language as they do. In practice, many social democrats opposed an autocratic form of militarism but failed to present a radical alternative to the rotten system itself. Electoral considerations also forced the party into a balancing act that saw it talk of internationalism, yet still make clear a concern about national defense. This would pose a problem when World War I broke out and all belligerents claimed to be fighting a defensive war. Karl Liebknecht was among the most striking figures trying to push the party in a more radical direction when it came to questions of war and nationalism. Despite the fact that he was the son of an SPD founder, he was a persistent foe of the leadership. An impatient man, guided by his morals above all else, Liebknecht saw the question of war and militarism as the central issue of the time, arguing that peace was only possible if the whole military machine was abolished. He pushed for revolutionary agitation among German military recruits. For the SPD's leadership, such provocations were a danger to the party's steady advance, an advance that would yield many of the transformations radicals like Liebknecht desired anyway. Tensions arose at the Second Internationale's Stuttgart Congress in 1907. In the prior decade, German naval expansion and the two Morocco crises, in 1905 to 1906 and 1911, had made continental war a real possibility. Over days of debate, SPD delegates were pushed by British and French socialists to adopt an explicitly anti-war stance. Earlier, many radicals in the SPD had avoided such a resolution, thinking it naive that social democracy could mobilize to prevent war between capitalist states rather than just responding to a war with socialist revolution. But now, they adopted the stance of Liebknecht and Kurt Eisner, who had long sought a more proactive approach. From the party's right wing, they were challenged by those like Gustav Noske, who had insisted in Parliament that Social Democrats weren't vagabonds without a fatherland, but Germans. Though Noske's rhetoric was an extreme example, most of the German delegation opposed the radicals. Half of them came from the more conservative trade union movement, and many of the remainder were revisionists. They stressed the limited power of the International in domestic affairs and tried to prevent any resolution favoring the mass strike as a weapon to prevent war. Despite German resistance, however, the Stuttgart Congress took a clear anti-war stance, with the caveat that the International is not able to determine in rigid forms the anti-militarist actions of the working class, which are naturally different in different countries. The hesitancy on the part of the German delegation was not just ideological. The federal election earlier that year had been a disaster for the SPD. Their vote share only declined 2.7%, but the party lost nearly half its Reichstag seats. The election was seen as a referendum on empire, and the Social Democrats, as the sole opposition to the prevailing imperial foreign policy, were vulnerable. The poor result took on a magnified role because so much of the party's legitimacy was wrapped up with it moving from strength to strength in its apparent unstoppable march toward power. How to proceed next was the question. For radicals, there was no need to break with the strategy of pure opposition to bourgeois society. Kautsky thought the 1907 election was proof that the class struggle was sharpening and that the middle class were unstable allies. Mistakes had been made, but they were tactical rather than strategic in nature. To the revisionists, however, the setback was caused by excessive radicalism in all spheres. The working-class vote was intact, but middle-class, progressive voters who had supported the party in 1903 had jumped ship. Throughout 1907, even Bebel felt the need to join Noske in assuring bourgeois critics that the party was not anti-national. The Stuttgart Congress had the potential to undo this work. What made the situation in 1907 especially difficult was the fact that the tactics of the SPD had found imitators on the right. New membership organizations won support for imperialism, as a more populist German nationalism competed with social democracy for the allegiance of workers. The SPD was largely anti-colonial, another of its unique features in the pre-war German landscape. The bloody atrocities during the German conquests of its African territories and New Guinea, and later the suppressing of the Herero 1904 to 1908 and Maji-Maji rebellions 1905 to 1907, were condemned by the party. It is true that Bernstein, editor Josef Bloch, economist Max Schippel, and a host of other prominent revisionists came to support imperialism, often adopting the idea of a civilizing mission popular at the time. But mainstream SPD opinion on the matter was closer to Luxemburg's staunch anti-colonialism, and that's how contemporaries perceived the party. Domestic politics was still the main source of division within the SPD. In the aftermath of the 1907 election, Kautsky staked out consistently radical positions, but he became even more acutely aware of the dangers of a split in the party. By 1910, he began defending the Erfurtian synthesis from challengers on both his left and his right flanks. Luxemburg and like-minded activists on the left had a more active conception of what it would take to win power, that is, through the instigation of class struggle, especially through mass strikes, even if it resulted in short-term defeat. Class consciousness was forged and cemented, after all, through action. Kautsky, wary of what failure could bring, thought time was working in social democracy's favor and wanted to postpone the final conflict until victory was certain. His views then were still distinct from the revisionists, who didn't see a need for that conflict, but he moved closer to them on certain parliamentary questions. Whereas, after 1907, Kautsky defended the party's radical isolation, after the 1912 elections, he saw potential to work with liberals in the Reichstag. Still believing himself the defender of orthodox Marxism, he moved more to the center within the SPD. He would tactically reunite with the left off and on over the next decade, during which the party would fracture and fail. It is remarkable, in retrospect, how consistently anti-war the SPD majority was before World War I. For decades, German Social Democrats risked much for opposing the state and its military. Bebel and the elder Liebknecht faced trial for high treason in 1872. Karl Liebknecht was imprisoned for anti-war writings in 1907. Luxemburg was arraigned in 1914. SPD Reichstag deputies, immune from prosecution, were a reliable source of dissent in a political system lacking it. Far from moving away from these commitments, as war approached, the party embraced an even more strident anti-war spirit. In late 1912, responding to the Balkan War, simultaneous rallies were held in Berlin, London, and Paris. In a dramatic display of internationalism, French socialist Jean Jaurès visited Berlin to speak against the war in German, while German and British leaders went to London and Paris, respectively. The anti-war demonstrations were the largest ever held by the SPD and took place without support from liberal parties. The manifesto from the international conference that followed foresaw the Great War's devastation. The proletariat is conscious of being at this moment the bearer of the entire future of humankind. Its message seemed resolute. To the capitalist world of exploitation and mass murder, oppose in this way the proletarian world of peace and fraternity of peoples. But still, in December 1912, the SPD and its counterparts elsewhere in Europe showed that they hadn't completely abandoned the language of national defense. In the Reichstag, Georg Ledebour and Eduard David, though from opposite wings of the party, both insisted that Germany ought not to uphold its military obligations to Austria-Hungary if it invaded Serbia. They did this, however, while supporting the idea of a defensive alliance with Austria-Hungary against Russia. The principles that would dictate the 1914 war debate were set. Mass demonstrations would prevent war. If that failed, the SPD would decide its course based on nature of the conflict. Some Social Democrats may have predicted that millions would be killed in a continental war, but many German elites saw in a war the chance for quick gains at the expense of their rivals, at home and abroad. Between the Austrian ultimatum to Serbia on July 23, 1914, and the Reichstag war credit vote on August 4th, the ruling class decided on war. The working class movement's position was less clear. The SPD held to its preventive strategy, with the party initially demanding, as it had in 1912, that the German state restrain Austria and negotiate for peace. Tens of thousands met the call for demonstrations, singing the Internationale and proclaiming the unity of all workers, but it was a smaller showing than during the earlier Balkan crisis. The people, like the party, were unprepared for how quickly events would move. On July 30th, the day before Russia mobilized for war, the SPD sent members of its senior leadership to Switzerland with the party treasury. They were prepared for severe repression if war broke out. Perhaps some knew of Engels's 1889 warning that war would entail unparalleled devastation and the compulsory and universal suppression of our movement. Amid a nationalist upsurge, he predicted that the movement would be overwhelmed, crushed, stamped out by violence. Like Kautsky, Engels saw peace as leading to almost certain victory for socialism. But what were his disciples to do when war was inevitable? When the moment came, they capitulated, fearful of the violent destruction of what they had spent 4 decades building. Bebel spared his legacy by dying in 1913, but the rest of the leadership was not so lucky. There was dispute over where the party should stand. The fact that Austria was the aggressor seemed to support Chairman Hugo Haase and others, who said it was social democratic policy to oppose war in such a situation, but Ebert could just as compellingly point to Russian mobilization as a threat. The party ended up accepting Wilhelm II's claims that German overtures for peace were being rebuffed by Tsar Nicholas II and acted on that basis. 78 out of 92 SPD parliamentarians supported war credits, a decision mirrored by Social Democrats in other belligerent countries. A minority opposed to the stance, led by Liebknecht and Haase, nevertheless held to parliamentary norms and voted in bloc with the majority, no doubt confusing the party rank and file about the extent of division within the delegation. As the Kaiser proclaimed, I no longer know parties, I only know Germans. Some SPD members saw an opportunity. The faction around Ludwig Frank explicitly viewed the conflict as a chance to extract democratic reform. As they put it, we will win suffrage in Prussia by waging a war instead of a general strike. But most of the SPD struck a more conflicted tone, hoping for a rapid peace, but asserting that the war was one of self-defense, not conquest. Russian revolutionary Leon Trotsky captured the mood of social democracy's left, describing August 4th, 1914, as one of the most tragic days of his life. The decision of the SPD and other social democratic parties to support war was not predestined. What was unavoidable was the tensions involved in building a mass party opposed to capitalism while operating within capitalism. Workers wanted more than pure opposition. They wanted concrete victories, or else they could lose faith in politics. They also needed to build more professional organizations to represent their interests. But in doing so, a conservative union and party bureaucracy arose that had little interest in opposing an initially popular war or following through on the party's stated goals. It turned out that the revolution wasn't going to make itself, and the majority, many rank-and-file workers included, weren't going to risk everything they had already won to make it. This is not to say that a different approach was not possible. Institutional measures could have been taken to make the party bureaucracy more democratic and accountable. The trade unions should have perceived the way in which their economic gains would be undermined without radical political reform. The SPD built a strong army, drilled its troops, but waited for its opponent to collapse rather than pressing the offensive. As the Great War dragged on and its horrific nature became clear, more and more Social Democrats opposed it. But it wasn't until March 1916 that a significant number under Haas's leadership formed a Social Democratic working group within the party. It would be another year before the decisive break that saw the creation of an independent Social Democratic Party, USPD, which united leftists and centrists, and even those revisionists like Bernstein who opposed the war. The war brought domestic repression and the arrest of leading radicals, making political organizing difficult. Unable to match the size and strength of the SPD, the USPD could do little to end a war that killed millions. The USPD was itself divided. Most of the party didn't pursue the policy of Lenin's Bolsheviks, who saw the conflict as a reason and a means to agitate for the ruin of all belligerent armies and for worker revolution. Instead, Kautsky and others simply fought for peace. Luxemburg and Liebknecht, for their part, formed the Spartacus League as a faction within the USPD with a more radical outlook. Later, they founded the Communist Party of Germany, KPD. But their effectiveness was limited. When a radical surge took place, as when sailors revolted in Wilhelmshaven and Kiel in 1918, or when Soviets emerged throughout Germany, a Soviet republic was even proclaimed in Bavaria, they never were able to shape developments as ably as their Bolshevik counterparts in Russia. During the German Revolution that followed the nation's defeat in the First World War, the Spartacists faced a question: bourgeois democracy or socialist democracy? They were unable to force their preferred answer. Through decisive and cruel measures, including unleashing right-wing paramilitaries on their former comrades, who murdered Luxemburg, Liebknecht, and scores of others, the Social Democratic Party took power and created a democratic republic, a bourgeois democracy. Friedrich Ebert held office until his death in 1925, but despite his best efforts, the Weimar Republic would become synonymous with failure. Like the future communist workers' state to its east, the Social Democratic workers' state came to be resented by millions of workers. The SPD only held power briefly in the 1920s, attempting mostly to secure the support of other parties for the young republic. Even that was far too radical a course for Noske, who broke ranks and backed the conservative war hero Paul von Hindenburg in 1925 and 1932. Under siege from both left and right, Weimar fell to the horrors of Nazism. After the Second World War, European Social Democrats, led by the heirs to Eduard Bernstein, developed what they couldn't after the First: a program to successfully govern the capitalist state. At the same time, Soviet-style socialism came to East Germany from above, with the martyred radical Democrats Luxemburg and Liebknecht used as icons of an authoritarian order. In its most formative period, isolated in the harsh conditions of Russia, socialism became synonymous with a bloodied collectivism. Chapter 4. The Few Who Won. A devout Polish Catholic, Felix Dzerzhinsky, was once asked why he was sure God existed. "God is in the heart," the teenager replied. "If I ever come to the conclusion that there is no God, I would put a bullet in my head." A few years later, he realized just how alone humanity actually was. But instead of turning to a bullet, he found a new faith, vowing to fight against evil to the last breath as a revolutionary socialist. By age 40, he was clad in black leather, designing a reign of terror as head of the Soviet Union's secret police. This story of zealotry fits with the popular image of Bolshevism as a conspiratorial sect, singular and ruthless in purpose. The Bolsheviks took advantage of 1917's democratic upheavals, perverting the noble February Revolution into the excesses of October. That Stalinism had its roots in Bolshevism is no surprise. The extremism of men like Dzerzhinsky, confident the utopia they were building was worth any cost, made it all but certain. This narrative is neat and seemingly true. The system that emerged out of the October Revolution was a moral catastrophe. But more than that, it was a tragedy, and tragedies don't need villains. Consider Dzerzhinsky. His socialism was rooted in the humanist idea that the present hellish life with its wolfish exploitation, oppression, and violence could give way to an order based on harmony, a full life embracing society as a whole. The future executioner suffered for his beliefs. He spent 11 out of his 20 years underground in prison or exile, in the torments of loneliness, longing for the world and for life. Poor, tortured, imprisoned, and martyred, the revolutionaries of Russia seemed destined to meet the same fate as radicals elsewhere in Europe, only they didn't. After he'd spent half a decade in solitary confinement, enduring beatings that permanently disfigured his jaw, Dzerzhinsky's last letter from prison was resolute. "At the moment I am dozing, like a bear in his winter den. All that remains is the thought that spring will come and I will cease to suck my paw, and all the strength that still remains in my body and soul will manifest itself. Live I will." Dzerzhinsky, like the Bolsheviks as a whole, did survive, though many people who ended up in their custody had no such luck. In the merciless environment the party found itself in, socialism became about rationing scarce resources and squeezing labor out of workers and peasants. The socialist sense of history, the fact that the movement was consciously striving for a different world, was a source of many of its triumphs. But in the Russian context, it became a way to excuse the terrible human cost of development. However, the equation of socialism with Stalinism, a common rhetorical tactic among centrists and conservatives, is wrong, and not only outside of Russia. As we'll discuss, throughout the early Russian Revolution, more humane and democratic alternatives within the socialist tradition were fought for, and only defeated through force. Both sides of the Cold War painted Vladimir Lenin and his party as special, unique in their brutality or their model for revolution, but even as an underground movement, it is striking just how ordinary the Bolsheviks were. Lenin saw himself as an orthodox Marxist, trying to adapt the German Social Democratic Party's SPD program to a largely rural and peasant country with a weak civil society and mass illiteracy. The supposed proto-totalitarian smoking gun, Lenin's 1902 pamphlet, What is to be Done, does have unusual elements. Lenin calls for professional organizers capable of eluding the police and places special emphasis on the rule of print propaganda, for instance. But the pamphlet was not a blueprint for a radically different party. Rather, these were necessary tactics for a movement barred from the legal organizing and parliamentary elections pursued by Social Democrats elsewhere. As Lenin saw it, once Tsarism was overthrown, backward Russia and its small working class could develop along Western lines. As he put it in 1899, speaking of the SPD, "We are not in the least afraid to say that we want to imitate the Erfurt program. There is nothing bad in imitating what is good." Siding with the radical Karl Kautsky, Lenin took aim at revisionists like Eduard Bernstein for trying to change a party of social revolution into a democratic party of social reforms. To be a revolutionary, for Lenin, meant smashing the capitalist state. His was a politics of rupture. But his project, unlike the Blanquists he also denounced, was intended to create a workers' movement and place it at the center of political struggle. He did not set out to forge a hardened core of putschists. Lenin's frustration wasn't that workers weren't smart enough to flock to the party, but that socialists were underestimating workers. His goal, following the German example, was a merger of the two currents into a militant socialist workers' movement. Then, perhaps, if not by design, the Bolsheviks were forced by state repression to adopt a military-like structure that they would later take into power. But this claim, too, is dubious, as the Bolsheviks maintained a level of transparency and pluralism few organizations in much more favorable conditions have reached. Take the Bolshevik economists, a group Lenin criticized thoroughly in What is to be Done. He thought that they, like every other faction of the movement, deserved to demand the opportunity to express and advocate views. Lenin was hardly a genial interlocutor. Like Marx, he was a fan of personal invective. Still, the leader had to deal with not getting his way. Between 1912 and 1914, 47 of his articles were rejected by Pravda, the party paper. Dissent cut through Russian social democracy. No one's marching orders were followed without debate. It wasn't just other currents, such as the Mensheviks and socialist revolutionaries, SRs, but dozens of shades of opinions among the Bolsheviks themselves. On important political issues, however, the main wings of Russian social democracy were not far apart. When the Mensheviks and Bolsheviks split in 1903, it was over small points of emphasis, not because of Lenin's supposed call for a professional vanguard party. When the 1905 revolution arrived, all parts of the movement fought side by side. Most Mensheviks, like most Bolsheviks, opposed the Great War. Their clarity on the issue matched by few socialists elsewhere in Europe. In the lead-up to February 1917, they differed on the liberal bourgeoisie. The Mensheviks thought they would lead the first stage of the revolution. The Bolsheviks did not, but agreed that the immediate task of Russian social democracy was overthrowing autocracy, not socialist revolution. Only during the February Revolution did the Bolsheviks start down a different path. Lenin didn't leave social democracy. It left him. When he first received the news that the SPD had voted for war credits on August 4th, 1914, he thought it was capitalist propaganda. His faith was misplaced. Kautsky wasn't a parliamentarian, but he was present at the war credit debate. He suggested that the SPD abstain from the vote, even as he agreed that Germany was waging a defensive struggle against an Eastern threat. Within a year, he changed his tune and vigorously denounced the SPD's pro-war leadership and the German state, but the damage was done. For more than a century following these events, the Leninist narrative was that Kautsky had been an ideal Marxist until almost the outbreak of World War I, and that it was his stance on war in 1914 and his opposition to the October Revolution in 1917 that transformed him from revered Pope of Marxism to a great renegade. In his 1939 obituary of the German Socialist, Trotsky sounds like a scorned lover. "We remember Kautsky as our former teacher, to whom we once owed a good deal, but who separated himself from the proletarian revolution, and from whom, consequently, we had to separate ourselves." Kautsky had shared much with the Russian radicals. Modern society is ripe for revolution, and the bourgeoisie is not in a position to survive any insurrection. Such a revolution would be won by a well-disciplined minority, energetic and conscious of the goal. They sound like Lenin's, but these words were Kautsky's. There was, however, a growing gap between Kautsky's ideas and those of his Russian admirers. His notion of the dictatorship of the proletariat differed from Lenin and Trotsky's. Kautsky might have used language similar to theirs in the 1880s, just a decade removed from the Paris Commune and with his party still underground. But his thought evolved. He believed workers would win power through free elections, extend political and civil liberties, and radically reform, not smash, the existing state. Meanwhile, Lenin continued to look for inspiration to the Paris Commune of 1871 and the Great Revolutions of 1848 and 1789. This was the spirit that spawned the communist movement. A decade before the Great War and Kautsky's apostasy, the 1905 revolution in Russia revealed that Lenin was in step with his era. The great dress rehearsal came close to toppling Tsarism and gave birth to the Soviet, Democratic Worker Councils. Russia at the time was already pulsing with change. The final decades of the 19th century had witnessed rapid economic growth and social advances. Industrial production doubled in the 1890s alone. Horses and carts began to give way to vast railroads, and for a time, Russia even led the world in oil production. But Russia's development was highly uneven. St. Petersburg's modern factories represented little of life in an empire where, even in its European regions, only 1 in 9 people lived in cities. Though Russia was making progress in absolute terms, it was still falling behind Western Europe. In the countryside, agricultural development advanced at a glacial pace, failing to keep up with huge population growth. Land-hungry peasants pushed eastward from their traditional communes into the steppes. Rural poverty was endemic. With economic stagnation in the countryside and growing but still inchoate capitalist industry in a few cities, scarcity reigned and helped politicize Russia's small working class. The mass worker protests of 1905 caught the Bolsheviks by surprise. In October, St. Petersburg workers established a Soviet to coordinate their actions. The body soon became a kind of workers' parliament, with representation from a range of trade unions and committees. It was essentially a functioning local government, in a struggle with the Tsarist regime for legitimacy. Trotsky, not Lenin, shined brightest in 1905, neither Menshevik nor Bolshevik, but respected in both camps. He immediately grasped the revolution's significance. During the St. Petersburg Soviet's brief life, the 26-year-old delegate emerged as an unparalleled orator and theorist. By the end of November, he was elected its chair. The situation by that point was untenable. As feared, Tsar Nicholas II soon crushed the revolution and reneged on concessions promised to liberal forces. By April 1906, 14,000 people had been executed and 75,000 imprisoned. But the revolutionaries now had a taste of real power. The transformation of Russian social democracy was stunning. Immediately before the 1905 revolution, the Bolsheviks had just 8,400 members. By the following spring, they could count 34,000. The Mensheviks also drew thousands to their ranks. The revolutionary movement finally had something Lenin had been aspiring to for years: a mass base of workers. Attempts to mend the divide between Bolsheviks and Mensheviks would fail, but both factions had a sense that they had entered a new era and that the Tsar would soon fall. But no one came as close as Trotsky to accurately guessing what would happen next. Grasping the implications of 1905, Trotsky refined a novel theory of permanent revolution. Marxists had traditionally thought that revolution would occur in stages. The first would be bourgeois democratic, paving the way for peasant land reform and further urban industrialization, and creating a capitalist republic with freedom of speech and assembly. The new situation would allow Social Democrats to patiently organize for a second socialist revolution. The Bolsheviks and Mensheviks agreed on theory, but argued over the role liberal capitalists would play. Mensheviks thought they would be at the heart of a bourgeois democratic revolution, while Lenin believed workers could reconcile their interests with those of peasants and drive the process themselves. Trotsky foresaw a different scenario. Instead of a bourgeois democratic revolution, the peasants would defeat the gentry in the countryside, and the workers would conquer capitalists in the cities. This proletarian socialist revolution would merge democratic and socialist ambitions. In underdeveloped Russia, however, after the defeat of the exploiting classes, there would be no material basis for large-scale socialist construction. As a result, the revolution's goals would have to be furthered by an international revolutionary process. The dramas of 1917 saw Trotsky's vision vindicated, with one key exception: the international revolution didn't come. 2 years into the Great War, 3 million Russians were dead. The empire's economy was in ruins. And yet the army pushed ahead with futile new offensives. In February 1917, the stalemate on the front was finally broken by its victims. As in 1905, St. Petersburg, now Petrograd, and its working class led the way. On International Women's Day, February 23rd, women textile workers began a strike that spread across the city. By day's end, 90,000 workers were involved. By the next day, 200,000. A similar situation unfolded in Moscow, where workers protested against skyrocketing inflation and bread shortages. Nicholas II refused to make concessions until he was forced to abdicate on March 1st. The Romanov dynasty that had ruled Russia for 3 centuries was swept away in a week. The Tsar's fall was almost universally celebrated across the empire. What to do next was less clear. The Bolsheviks' doctrinal dispute with the Mensheviks over the liberal bourgeoisie would prove important. Though the Bolsheviks agreed with their more moderate counterparts that Russia wasn't yet ready for socialism, they wanted workers and peasants to take power and carry out the revolution's democratic tasks. But most workers were instead drawn to the Menshevik call to revive the Soviets, which would assert the interests of the oppressed but not seek to take over the state. Liberals established a provisional committee to fill the void, but it had little popular support. On March 1st, the day of the Tsar's flight, Soviet and liberal leaders came to an agreement for the creation of a new provisional government that would implement a wide range of reforms. Russia would have full civil liberties, with political prisoners released and the police and state apparatus transformed. Important questions about the war, land reform, and elections remained unresolved, but the February Revolution was among the most sweeping the world had ever seen. Yet, tensions quickly appeared. Sovereign authority could now be claimed by the worker and soldier Soviets and by the provisional government. Moderate socialists struggled to bridge the gap, believing they had to keep the bourgeoisie within the February consensus. Russia, after all, seemed far from ready for socialism. It was too underdeveloped, and its working class was a tiny minority. Socialism wasn't meant to be a way to bypass capitalism, but a successor built from its highest point. But those finally released from tyranny weren't going to wait patiently for Marxist schema to mature. Workers seized factories, and peasants divided up estates. Popular committees sprang up across the country. Rank-and-file soldier committees resisted their officers, and peasant organizations oversaw unsanctioned land expropriations. Authority in all its forms was questioned. The aristocracy was gone, but though it was supposedly a bourgeois revolution, the bourgeoisie was reeling. In February 1917, there were 24,000 Bolsheviks. Within months, they were a mass organization 10 times that size. For the time being, however, the democratically elected Soviets were still dominated by Mensheviks and socialist revolutionaries, SRs. Many saw those bodies as having more legitimacy than the provisional government. It's not hard to understand why. Prince Georgy Lvov, a link to the old regime, was the nominal head of state, and the conservative Kadets and Octobrists who ran the government were terrified by the revolution that brought them to power. They could pass decrees, try to restore order, and continue the war effort, but few would listen to their commands. On March 1st, the Petrograd Soviet of Workers' and Soldiers' Deputies published its famous Order No. 1. It declared that military orders from the provisional government were to be carried out, except those which run counter to the orders and decrees issued by the Soviet of Workers' and Soldiers' Deputies. With Order No. 1, the Soviet demanded a key component of sovereignty, yet it did not claim to be the functioning authority in the country. Moderate socialists still had faith in the provisional government, which had been recently reconstituted to include more left-wing forces, including Alexander Kerensky, himself a socialist revolutionary. The hope was that this alliance would promote calm throughout the country, creating an environment in which socialists could press democratic demands and negotiate an end to the war. For now, the fighting would continue, but it was to be strictly defensive and without annexations. The Bolsheviks themselves were split on how to relate to the provisional government. Returning from Siberian exile in March, Lev Kamenev and Joseph Stalin believed the new republic would stand for years, if not decades, and adjusted their expectations accordingly. Lenin, still in Swiss exile, was shocked by his party's complacency and organized a return to Russia. The day after his sealed train arrived at Finland Station, he presented his April theses, in which he reaffirmed his uncompromising anti-war posture and essentially embraced Trotsky's theory of permanent revolution. Like Trotsky, Lenin thought that rather than let the revolution consolidate into a parliamentary republic, socialists should instead push it forward and build a republic of Soviets of workers, agricultural laborers, and peasants' deputies. This wasn't empty rhetoric, given that the Soviets had more popular legitimacy than the provisional government. Arguing against the tamer position of Kamenev and Stalin, Lenin said, "No support for the provisional government. The utter falsity of all its promises should be made clear." The die was cast. There would be another revolution in 1917. Trotsky was also in exile when the February Revolution broke out, rousing the workers and peasants of the Bronx on the other side of the world. After a perilous voyage home, he was prepared to join the Bolsheviks and play a pivotal role in the events to come. The reception to Lenin's April theses among many Bolsheviks was cool at first, but it did immediately find some popular support. Lenin also had an ally in the young Nikolai Bukharin, then on the left of the party. The Bolsheviks were still split, between those like Lenin and Bukharin who were planning for insurrection, and those like Kamenev, Alexei Rykov, Viktor Nogin, who had long wanted to reunite with the Mensheviks, and Gregory Zinoviev, who had a more moderate perspective. The latter wanted to replace the provisional government with a broad coalition of socialist parties. Lenin also didn't want a premature uprising that would leave the Bolsheviks isolated and vulnerable, like the Communards of Paris in 1871. As late as June 1917, he would stress that, even in the Soviets of both capitals, not to speak now of the others, we are an insignificant minority. The majority of the masses are wavering, but still believe the SRs and Mensheviks. But the party's radical appeals were taking hold. Workers and soldiers flocked to the cause, and some, inspired by slogans such as "All Power to the Soviets," launched spontaneous armed demonstrations in Petrograd against the provisional government in July. A crackdown followed. Trotsky was imprisoned for a time, Lenin fled to Finland, publications were banned, and the death penalty was reintroduced for mutinous soldiers. With the blessing of the Menshevik SR majority, Kerensky's provisional government claimed more power for itself. During his 2 months of hiding in Finland, Lenin finished a book he titled The State and Revolution. His argument with reformists was premised on a simple point. The working class cannot simply lay hold of the state machinery and wield it for its own purposes. Like Marx and Engels, he saw the state as a tool of class oppression. A tiny minority used it to rule over a great majority. The state was, unsurprisingly, bloody and repressive. Under the dictatorship of the proletariat and its allies, however, the great majority would repress a tiny minority of exploiters. There would be some violence, but by comparison to the prevailing order, it would be minimal. "We are not utopians," Lenin writes. "We do not dream of dispensing at once with all administration, with all subordination. But as socialism triumphed, the need for a repressive apparatus would dissipate, and the state would wither away." Many have portrayed the state and revolution as a false flag, a libertarian socialist document from the father of socialist authoritarianism. But it was a sincere work. It did, however, indicate how simple Lenin appeared to believe constructing a socialist state, and having that state wither away, would be. In power, the Bolsheviks would learn otherwise, and horrifically transform themselves in the process. In August, it was the right's turn to revolt. General Lavr Kornilov, sensing the instability of the provisional government, attempted a coup. With no one else to call on for help, Kerensky appealed to the Petrograd Soviet. It easily beat back Kornilov through strikes and encouraging desertion among the general's soldiers, with the Bolsheviks playing a decisive role. The party's prestige reached a new high point, and Kerensky was forced to release its captured leaders. In late September, Trotsky once again became chairman of the Petrograd Soviet, which was now controlled by a Bolshevik majority. The previously small, radical party could now claim a popular mandate. The stage was set for the October Revolution. Yet, the Mensheviks and SRs had one last chance to head off a Bolshevik takeover. The mood in the country had swung even further to the left. It was clear the provisional government had no independent means to defend itself in a country that now had 600 radicalized Soviets. Among the Mensheviks, who were hemorrhaging support to the Bolsheviks, a left wing under Julius Martov was gaining strength. Martov was resolutely anti-war and in favor of more sweeping reforms than the provisional government could offer. his position was nearly indistinguishable from that of the moderate Bolsheviks. The Mensheviks and SRs could have stepped in and seized power as part of a broad front of socialist parties to create a constituent assembly and a framework for reforms. The Bolsheviks could have formed a loyal opposition to such a government, or even joined it, as Kamenev and Zinoviev wanted. Yet, instead, the Mensheviks and SRs clung to the sinking provisional government, and even if they hadn't, the two parties were internally divided on the war. To many workers and soldiers, Lenin and Trotsky's insurrection seemed like the only way forward. With the Petrograd Soviet now under their control, Lenin finally convinced the Bolshevik Central Committee to adopt his plans. The single greatest event in human history, as socialists called it for decades afterward, was anticlimactic. On October 24th, Bolshevik units occupied rail stations, telephone exchanges, and the state bank. The following day, they surrounded the Winter Palace and arrested Kerensky's cabinet ministers. 1/6 of the world had been conquered in the name of the proletariat, with barely a drop of blood spilled. Did Lenin lead a coup? Though certainly not as spontaneous as the February Revolution, October represented a genuine popular revolution led by industrial workers, allied with elements of the peasantry. After the Kornilov coup, the Bolsheviks could claim a mandate for the action. They won support through their straightforward call for peace, land, and bread. The Mensheviks demanded patience from the long-suffering masses. The Bolsheviks made concrete promises. Following through would be another matter, but the Bolsheviks were the force most militantly trying to fulfill the February Revolution's frustrated goals. In the first months after October, the character of the new regime was not yet clear. The Bolsheviks didn't initially seek a one-party state. Circumstances, as well as their post-October decisions, conspired to create one. Immediately after the revolution, it fell to the Second Congress of Soviets to ratify the transfer of power from the provisional government. From 318 Soviets, 649 delegates were elected to the body. Reflecting a dramatic shift in popular mood, 390 of them were Bolshevik, and 100 left SRs, socialist revolutionaries who supported toppling the Kerensky government. Now transformed into a small minority, the right SRs and Mensheviks attacked the October Revolution. Even Martov denounced the Bolshevik coup d'etat, though he also put forth a resolution calling for an interim all-Soviet government and plans for a constituent assembly. Many Bolsheviks supported the motion, and it carried unanimously. Martov's plan would have created the broad socialist government that many had sought in September. Only now, in a more radical moment, it would be pressured into ending the war and bringing about land reform. But, as in September, the right SRs and the majority of Mensheviks refused to go along. They walked out of the Congress, ceding the revolution's future to the Bolsheviks. Martov still wanted a compromise and tried to start negotiations for the creation of a coalition socialist government. But just 2 hours later, with the moderates no longer in the hall, the Bolshevik mood hardened. The rising of the masses of the people requires no justification, Trotsky lectured his former comrade bitingly from the floor. No, here no compromise is possible. To those who have left and to those who tell us to do this, we must say, you are miserable bankrupts. Your role is played out. Go where you ought to go, into the dustbin of history. Here is Trotsky epitomized, rhetorically masterful, but tragically overconfident in the ordination of history. The delegates erupted into applause. Martov began to leave with the other left Mensheviks. A young Bolshevik confronted him on the way out, upset that a great champion of the working class would abandon its revolution. Martov stopped before the exit and turned to him. One day, you will understand the crime in which you are taking part. Almost exactly 20 years to the day, that worker, Ivan Akulov, was murdered in a Stalinist purge. We will now build the socialist order. Lenin's words just after the revolution suggested a radical course, but in fact, the Bolsheviks moved cautiously. Though they had popular support in a few major cities, they knew it would be a struggle to assert authority across a massive, mostly peasant country. They tried to make good on their stated aims. Against the old elite's resistance, worker control over production was expanded. Homosexuality was decriminalized. Divorce and reproductive rights benefited women. Land rights were expanded to peasants. Anti-Semitism was vigorously opposed by the state, and steps were taken to allow national self-determination in the former empire Lenin called a prison house of nations. When it came to the industrial sector, Lenin's vision of worker control wasn't syndicalist. The ridiculous transfer of the railways to the railwaymen or the tanneries to the tanners. In the long run, he looked to more coordinated, class-wide methods of ownership. In the short term, he wrote, "The immediate introduction of socialism in Russia is impossible," and argued instead for worker oversight of management, alongside the nationalization of key sectors. That wasn't the limit of his horizons, though. Lenin was impressed by the wartime economy in capitalist states. If planning in the service of chaos was already a reality, why shouldn't planning in the service of human need, under the watch of democratic Soviets, be possible? The push for mass nationalizations came from the grassroots. A contradictory late November order gave factory committees a legal mandate to have a say in production and distribution, though still asserted management's right to manage. Not surprisingly, it fueled disorder and further hampered production. Workers took over factories on their own accord. In many cases, these were honest attempts to restore production after capitalist sabotage or flight. At other times, workers responded to the chaos by hoarding supplies for private use or sale. Within months, the Bolsheviks would have to clamp down on such actions, as their immediate task was restoring basic productivity and order. It's clear that the government intended to maintain a mixed economy, that is, a continued role for private capital, at least until its rescue by revolutions elsewhere in Europe. But the confusion of the initial post-revolution months was exacerbated by the fact that Bolsheviks never clearly delineated who held power among the overlapping jurisdictions of factory committees and trade unions and a sprawling complex of Soviets, not to mention the central state. Centralization and the blurring of party and state were simple, pragmatic ways to resolve the dilemmas. On the question of the war, too, the Bolsheviks' plans ran into complications. The situation was urgent. Though fighting was subsiding in 1917, between the February and October revolutions, 100,000 Russians died on the Eastern Front. The Bolsheviks put out a call to all the belligerents for a just and democratic peace. If other nations refused, Lenin was confident that the workers of these countries will understand the duty which now rests upon them of saving mankind from the horrors and consequences of war. The decree was ignored by the other Entente powers, and for the moment, so was the call for revolution. Negotiations with the Central Powers began. Against Lenin's advice, the Bolshevik Central Committee turned down an initial peace offer. Left communists, led by Bukharin, wanted to continue the war and fan the flames of revolt across Europe. It was a grave miscalculation. Taking advantage of the strife within the young socialist state, the German and Austrian armies advanced, seizing a huge swath of land from the Baltic to the Black Sea. The Treaty of Brest-Litovsk that followed involved painful concessions, cutting the Soviet state from key agricultural and industrial regions and putting it in a weaker position to deal with growing civil unrest. Yet, as Trotsky put it, having mounted the saddle, the rider is obliged to guide the horse at the risk of breaking his neck. The Bolshevik government rode on. As they imagined it, the survival of the first workers' state would be a boon to the revolutionary movements that would take power in more advanced countries. These states would then come to the Bolsheviks' rescue and help rebuild the country as part of a broader proletarian confederation. It wasn't as fantastical as it sounds today. This was an era of upheaval. Not long after the October Revolution, German communists launched a series of ill-fated revolts, trying to follow the Russian example. Newly liberated Finland saw its democratically elected socialist government dislodged in a bloody civil war. In 1919, a Hungarian Soviet republic briefly took power. 2 red years of factory occupations and mass strikes shook Italy. Soviets appeared even in Ireland for a time. The Bolsheviks still hoped for a breakthrough via the newly formed Communist Internationale, Comintern, an organization that attempted to create Bolshevik sister parties in other countries. Yet it was becoming clear that salvation would not come from abroad. Lenin's party had gambled in the hopes of extending the February Revolution's gains and ending not just one grisly war, but all future ones. The gamble failed. Yet the most credible alternatives to their leadership now appeared to be, at best, a right-wing military dictatorship, and at worst, a form of Judeocidal fascism. Amid unrest and confusion, the actions the Bolsheviks took to survive would only exacerbate the party's worst tendencies. Attempts to undermine the Bolshevik government started the day it took power in Petrograd. The White Movement was the primary challenger, an unholy alliance spanning the political spectrum from right Mensheviks and SRs to extreme nationalists and monarchists. 13,000 American troops, along with British, Canadian, French, Greek, Italian, and Japanese forces, joined the Whites to aid their brutal domestic opposition. Facing long odds, Trotsky oversaw the creation of a Red Army and managed to triumph in a 5-year civil war that claimed 9 million lives. The moment called for hardened men like Felix Dzerzhinsky. He was installed as the head of the newly formed Russian secret police, the Cheka, and he would order his men to collect information on state enemies from across the Soviet Union. Interrogations were quick, and those who failed to dispel suspicion were stood up against a wall and shot. With Lenin's blessing, the Cheka grew to 200,000 strong and led a Red Terror in which half as many were killed. These horrifying acts were carried out amid history's most destructive civil war and a White Terror that murdered more than 100,000, many of them Jews and other minorities. Many Bolsheviks, too, seemed tormented by their actions. Dzerzhinsky lamented that, "I have spilt so much blood, I no longer have any right to live," which is, of course, not to excuse the Cheka's actions or the government that signed off on them. There were few external controls on the Cheka's arrests and executions. Collective punishment, state terror, and intimidation, all these were exceptional measures that became the norm during Stalin's reign. During the Civil War, the Bolsheviks blurred the line between actions taken out of necessity and those performed out of virtue. There was no clear bedrock of rights and protections that Soviet citizens could claim once the emergency of war subsided. Open debate within the newly formed Communist Party would continue for some time and included factions pushing for democracy and worker power. But the broader political culture of engagement and contestation, sustained by a network of parties and newspapers that had survived underground for decades under Tsarism, would never return. A central problem was the lack of clear agreement on what the dictatorship of the proletariat should look like. The Bolsheviks focused on seizing power, not exercising it. Aside from vague sketches, they hadn't thought much about politics after revolution. With the exploiting classes removed from power, wouldn't the proletariat need a socialist theory of jurisprudence or institutional checks on power? Finding themselves in an unprecedented situation, the revolutionaries made it up as they went along. Communist policy during the Civil War reflected both practical necessity and ideological zeal. Years of conflict had disrupted agricultural production. Peasants had minimal incentive to send what little they still produced to the cities. There was a shortage of consumer goods, and grain prices continued to decline in relation to those goods. A black market naturally developed. Like the Tsarist state and provisional government before them, the communists tried to stamp it out. They were even more ruthless, applying their class analysis to the countryside, which they saw as divided between poor peasants, middle peasants, and wealthy kulaks. The Bolsheviks hoped to maintain their support among the two former groups by focusing their attentions on the latter, but divisions on the ground were not clear, and the presence of armed requisition squads searching for hoarders only further disincentivized production. Despite the state's energetic efforts at repression and banning of private trade, it was largely thanks to the black market that Soviet cities survived the Civil War. Communist industrial policy also shifted in the war communism period, 1918 to 1921. The government nationalized the entire economy, instituted rationing, and imposed strict labor discipline. Not even the moderate visions of worker control survived the return to one-man management in factories. Shortages of parts and raw materials slowed production to a crawl. Highly ideological initiatives, like the attempt to construct moneyless budgets, only contributed to the economic catastrophe. By 1921, Russian industry was less than one-third its pre-war size. The Soviet state's political base was decimated by that point too. Many industrial workers died in the Civil War, while others left starving cities and took their chances in the countryside. How to restore Russian industry and how to revive the worker-peasant alliance that sparked the revolution, these were the questions of the day. The new economic policy, NEP, 1921 to 1928, was an attempt at an answer. The state retained control of the commanding heights of the economy, large industries, banking, and foreign trade, but legalized markets elsewhere. A tax on food producers replaced counterproductive forced requisitions, with peasants free to dispose of their goods how they wished once the tax was paid. The goal was to replace coercion with accumulation through gradual, unequal exchange. That would provide the necessary peasant surplus to expand industry. Rather than forced collectivization, many NEP supporters also looked to the voluntary creation of agricultural cooperatives that in time would outcompete what they saw as needlessly inefficient traditional peasant production. Politically, however, the NEP period was one of hardening, not liberalization. Party leaders feared that the peasantry's newfound economic power might morph into political opposition. Not only rival parties, but even internal Bolshevik factions were banned in 1921. There was still debate within the party, but the Bolsheviks made clear that they would not step away from power. For the moment, they did not seek to censor or control the arts and intellectual life. But it had been easy to fall into a one-party state during the Civil War. Then, with the war over, the task of reconstruction required people willing to pursue decisive action. One such leader, Stalin, rose to party general secretary in 1922. Lenin was wary of certain developments, but though he decried the party-state elites' abuses and excesses, He failed to see that democratic reform was the only possible counterbalance. Approaching death, he warned specifically about Stalin, encouraging the party Congress to remove him, but his wishes went unfulfilled. Once Lenin was gone, Stalin used his position to target the supporters of his rival, Trotsky. Still, Stalin was not yet in total control. Debate within the party crystallized into three main camps: the left opposition of Trotsky, Stalin's supporters, and those around Bukharin, who now found himself on the party's right. Trotsky pushed for party democracy and other anti-bureaucratic measures, faster industrialization and collectivization at home, and aggressive revolutionary exhortations abroad. Bukharin was more cautious, seeking to continue slowly riding into socialism on a peasant nag. Stalin triangulated between the two positions, displaying a political savvy few knew the Georgian possessed. Trotsky saw the real danger not in Stalin's bureaucratic centrism, but in the risk that Bukharin's program would accidentally bring about the restoration of capitalism. Bukharin, too, took far too long to see Stalin as a threat. Yet, even had they united, Stalin might very well have still won out. He applauded the party men Trotsky criticized. Trotsky's call for industrial rejuvenation also hardly won him goodwill among Russia's peasant majority. And without the support of the bureaucracy or the peasantry, and with so many of the old Bolshevik workers dead or exhausted, on what basis could Trotsky hope to defeat Stalin? Confidence in the dialectic of history wasn't enough. Trotsky was removed from the Central Committee by Stalin in late 1927 and sent into exile shortly after. Until his murder in Mexico 13 years later, he remained Stalinism's greatest critic. Yet he couldn't admit that any part of the system he so despised had its genesis in the repression that he had helped engineer during the Civil War. Despite all the political turmoil, the NEP worked. By 1926, Soviet industry had surpassed pre-war levels, a remarkable turnaround from just 5 years prior. What to do with this new wealth was hotly debated. Should the nation invest in agricultural improvements and light industry or heavy industry? These choices weren't just technical. For a party that grounded its legitimacy in an industrial proletariat, continuing along the more peasant-oriented NEP route had profound political implications. With the left opposition eliminated and his erstwhile ally Bukharin marginalized, Stalin was free to answer these questions as he saw fit. For his part, he was growing frustrated with the NEP. Under Stalin's direction, the price of industrial goods increased, yet grain prices were kept low. Peasants naturally clung to their stock. Periodic crises of this kind occurred throughout the 1920s as industrial and agricultural prices fell out of sync. In the past, these problems had been alleviated through price adjustments and other policy changes. This time, however, Stalin made no such efforts. Instead, he sent police to commandeer legally produced and traded grain. Local officials who followed existing laws were dismissed. A new period of coercion against every layer of the peasantry was inaugurated. Stalin wanted a revolution from above. The first show trials took place, and the first 5-year plan was introduced. It called for the tripling of industrial output and investment. And then, without warning, millions were forcefully collectivized in massive farms starting in 1928. Planners thought this would permanently solve food supply issues. It had the opposite effect. Production fell dramatically, and scapegoats had to be found. Collective punishment returned, not just against supposedly wealthy kulaks, but now also against ideological kulaks, that is, those who opposed the policy. At least 6 million perished in famine, 1932 to 1933, and millions more would spend their lives in a vast network of forced labor camps. Many resisted the new serfdom. Stalin's own wife, Nadezhda Alliluyeva, committed suicide in 1932 to protest the policies. But there was no serious challenge to the dictator. Within a decade, a once vibrant, fractious party became a monolithic sect. Yet, if we can look away from the human toll, if only for a moment, we can see that the 5-year plan was a success on its own terms. The Soviet Union made incredible advances, largely in spite of forced collectivization rather than because of it. State planning led to a rapid rise in GDP, capital accumulation, and consumption. Of course, the economic breakthrough was accompanied by renewed and even more deadly political terror. A campaign of mass murder began in 1936, with thousands purged from the Communist Party, including lifelong Bolsheviks. Many of them were imprisoned as counter-revolutionaries, forced to confess to elaborate plots, and then executed. Stalin had used a food shortage to transform the Soviet Union from an authoritarian state into a horrific totalitarian regime unlike any the world had ever seen. His Soviet Union did help win the war against Nazism, but for every action Stalin took to defeat fascism, he took another to undermine the anti-fascist struggle, supporting the disastrous Third Period policy that directed communists to see Social Democrats as their primary enemy, purging the Red Army of capable officers, ignoring news of imminent Nazi invasion. At the end of the Second World War, the Soviet regime was deeply conservative, pursuing great power policies on a scale even the Tsars couldn't have imagined, along with episodes of mass ethnic cleansing. Under Stalin, the worldwide communist movement became a tool of Russian national interests rather than one of working-class emancipation. Dzerzhinsky, who fell to a heart attack in 1926, anguished over every execution order he signed. He was replaced by men with no such compunction. After Stalin died in 1953, the Soviet system changed profoundly. Stalin's command economy remained intact, but the bureaucrats who now ruled the country remained haunted by the terror that had cut through their ranks. The new order was gray and repressive, but capable for a time of delivering peace and stability and of making gains for society's most downtrodden. Yet the ruling elite ultimately had no interest in building a free civil society from which socialist democracy might have sprung. The Soviet Union's centrally planned economy, which had allowed it to catch up with the West, began to show strain. Soviet technocrats were remarkably successful considering the enormity of their task, but the inefficiencies of the system fueled popular resentment. Back in the 19th century, Alexis de Tocqueville had argued that the most dangerous time for a bad government was when it tried to mend its ways. Mikhail Gorbachev's years in office revealed the truth of the claim. His attempts to renovate the system only undermined the coercion that held it together. With hindsight, we can see that both the Mensheviks and the Bolsheviks were wrong in 1917. The Mensheviks' faith in Russian liberals to carry out sweeping democratic transformations was misplaced, as were the Bolsheviks' hopes for world revolution and a leap from the kingdom of necessity to the kingdom of freedom. Having seen over 10 million killed in a capitalist war and living in an era of upheaval, the Bolsheviks can be forgiven for trying to chart a course to a better world. What is less forgivable is that a model built from errors and excesses, forged in the worst of conditions, came to be synonymous with the socialist ideal itself. Rather than a democratic movement ready to deliver on the radical promise of the Enlightenment, socialism became associated with stifling authoritarianism and an increasingly sclerotic planned economy. Across the world, communist movements, at least when in opposition, did find themselves on the right side of battles over civil rights, social justice, and colonialism. But in power, following the Soviet model, they instituted new forms of oppression. The mature Soviet system was a form of authoritarian collectivism in a world still largely dominated by capitalist production. But over the course of the 20th century, many of those capitalist societies would see themselves transformed by profound attempts to deliver doses of socialism within capitalism. In fact, a few hundred miles to the west of Moscow, democratic socialism came close to becoming a reality. Chapter 5. The God That Failed. In 1976, Swedish Prime Minister Olof Palme remarked that there were two paths for socialists, either to return to Stalin and Lenin or take the road that joins the tradition of social democracy. As the leader of the state that embodied the latter, his choice was obvious. The Swedish model had such prestige that even a Gaullist like French President Georges Pompidou said his ideal society was Sweden, with a bit more sun. But though the divergent paths of socialism could not have seemed starker in Palme's day, it wasn't always so. In the immediate aftermath of the Russian Revolution, significant social democratic minorities joined communist splits, but most social democrats rejected insurrection and accommodated themselves to the democratic republic as the political form for their ambitions. At the same time, almost all these social democrats were still doctrinally Marxist and shared a horizon of socialism. For most, that meant a nationalized economy, where the tyranny of the market gave way to rational planning. They wanted to bring about a successor system to capitalism and doubted how much things could be meddled with while within capitalism. Social democracy never achieved its desired ends, but the reforms it brought about proved successful far beyond expectation. Sweden in the 1970s was not simply the most livable capitalist society in history. It was also the European country where, after World War II, socialists got the furthest along in undermining capital's power. While capitalists worried about Nikita Khrushchev's shoe-banging promises to bury the West, the greatest threat to free market capitalism was not in Russia, but in Scandinavia, where the combination of a universal welfare state, full employment, and centralized unions gave labor enormous power. Swedish trade unions even came out with a proposal for wage earner funds in 1976 that would have slowly socialized private firms. How Sweden's social democrats got to that point, and why their experiment eventually fell apart, is an unlikely, instructive story. Yet, to understand the success of post-war Sweden, we need to first understand the failures of interwar social democracy and the important lesson they offer about the pitfalls socialists encounter when governing without a plan to achieve economic and political change. European socialists were presented with the chance to move from opposition to power more quickly than many imagined. They came out of World War I with a great deal of legitimacy, sometimes, as in the case of Germany, because elites were discredited, in others, owing in part to their wartime support for the national cause. As Karl Kautsky put it in 1924, we had learned how to be in opposition before the war. Now, we had to take over government, and that in the fullest sense, in industry, in the localities, in the state. But his party, like other socialists through the interwar years, ruled only through minority or coalition governments. Left parties had varying success pushing through democratic reforms. They tried to remove any existing barriers to universal suffrage and democratize upper houses of parliament, but stopped short of deeper reforms. Surviving monarchies across Europe were stripped of their political power. In line with his predecessor Jean Jaurès, French socialist Léon Blum saw the Republican state as a tool to define, protect, and guarantee the condition of the working class. The radical dream, replacing capitalism with a socialist economy, operating for the common good, was still alive. In the immediate post-war years, strike waves created fertile terrain for new demands, and with the onset of the Great Depression, capitalist collapse became a reality. Nationalizing big firms and new planning measures would be a first step. But Social Democrats only had a vague idea of what they wanted to do. Indeed, outside of France, no firms were nationalized by interwar social democracy, despite socialists participating in 8 other West European governments. Indeed, socialists formed commissions to study the subject, grappling for the first time with the technical difficulties of constructing a new political economy. Not much resulted from these commissions, and even Kautsky was forced to admit within a few years that the creation of a socialistic organization is therefore not so simple a process as we used to think. The 1929 to 1931 British Labour government under Ramsay MacDonald was the most extreme example of interwar futility. Labour had long been more moderate than many of its European counterparts. The party eschewed Marxism and from the beginning operated within a liberal constitutional framework. It was a party driven by trade unions, interests, and it never had the same radical ideological influences as the German SPD. Labour was refused admittance into the Second Internationale for years for its emphasis on class collaboration, but it took a turn to the left after the Great War. Clause 4 of its constitution, adopted in 1918, called for the common ownership of the means of production, distribution, and exchange. The party's second stint in power was in 1929. In the 1923 general election, Labour won over 1 million fewer votes than the Conservative Party, but was able to form a minority government with liberal support. The experiment only lasted 10 months, and with less than a third of Parliament, MacDonald was unable to pass anything other than minor education, housing, and employment reforms. A minority government always runs on borrowed time, but Labour also had to contend with a red-baiting conservative campaign challenging its mild diplomatic overtures to the young Soviet Union. In 1929, Labour ran on a platform calling for public works construction and a reduction in the work week to combat unemployment. It was rewarded with a 136-seat gain, making it the leading party in Parliament, though it was short of a majority. Again, Labour was dependent on Liberal Party backing. MacDonald's second ministry was formed in June 1929, just a few months before the start of the Great Depression. The timing couldn't have been worse for Labour's reform agenda. As unemployment rose, the party leadership clung to a rigid economic orthodoxy rather than expanding a public works program. The leaders wanted to reassure markets, and they faced rising inflation and a growing deficit. Advocating austerity, MacDonald reasoned that inflation was a more acute threat than unemployment, and that maintaining free trade and the strictest regard to the prevailing economic wisdom would, in time, allow the unemployed to be reabsorbed into industry. Their urgent task was to avoid shipwrecking democracy on the hard rock of finance. MacDonald himself came from humbler origins than any British Prime Minister then or since, but he clashed with the trade unions and saw himself as a responsible steward of an entire society, not just a class. Some Labour parliamentarians closer to the unions opposed cuts to unemployment benefits and welfare, advocating increased state planning and spending instead. Though they had far different political aims from MacDonald's, most of the extra-parliamentary left shared the party leadership's belief that not much could be done through government. No matter how able, how sincere, and how sympathetic the labor men and women may be who undertake to administer capitalism, capitalism will bring their undertaking to disaster, an article in the Socialist Party of Great Britain's Socialist Standard would say. The MacDonald government governed without attempting to bring about a socialist alternative, and without belief that it could reform the existing system. At best, it reassured workers that they alone would not be asked to sacrifice in an era of scarcity, but that fatalism spelled electoral disaster in the 1931 general election. It was the economist John Maynard Keynes, a liberal who believed socialists were well-intentioned idiots, who presented the best approach of the time to taming capitalism. The methods laid out in his 1936 work, The General Theory of Employment, Interest, and Money, once implemented, would help spur employment, ensure productive investment, and mitigate crises. Before the Keynesian Revolution, the reigning classical theory claimed that cyclical swings in output and employment would be self-adjusting. As aggregate demand fell, production and employment would decline, along with prices and wages. Lower inflation and wages would then encourage capitalists to make employment-generating capital investments, restoring growth. Any interference in that cycle would only prolong agony for workers. The Great Depression, however, was not going away. Wages were low, but unemployment remained high. Keynes advocated a counter-cyclical fiscal response: deficit spending, tax cuts, and other measures to stimulate aggregate demand during a recession, and tax increases and spending cuts when times were good. During the MacDonald government, however, though Keynes was around, there was not yet a developed Keynesian alternative. Just as the LaSalle-inspired workers in the 19th century clung to a belief in an iron law of wages that limited the gains of trade unionism, it would be a struggle to disabuse the 20th century workers' movement of orthodox economics. 2 years after its sympathetic remark on the sincere effort of MacDonald's Labour Party, the Socialist Standard would look back on the experience of government as definitive proof that it is not possible for the Labour Party or any other party to administer capitalism in such a way that the workers' problems can be solved within the framework of the existing system. The Popular Front government of French socialist leader Léon Blum, 1936 to 1937, was more determined than MacDonald's to deliver change. French socialists had lost much of their industrial base to the new communist movement, but were still very much Marxists. Rebuilding the party's infrastructure throughout the 1920s, Blum grappled with the question of why and under what conditions a socialist would enter government. He distinguished between the exercise of power, taking office to prepare the groundwork for socialism, and the conquest of power, the actual dismantling of capitalism. In the end, Blum settled for the occupation of power to keep it out of the grasp of fascists. When the Jewish radical Blum rose to power in 1936, the anti-Semitic politician Xavier Vallat complained, "For the first time, this ancient Gallo-Roman land will be governed by a Jew." Just before becoming prime minister, Blum was dragged from a car and beaten nearly to death by a right-wing mob. A picture of him, heavily bandaged with swollen features, appeared on the March 9, 1936 cover of Time magazine. Reactionaries hated Blum both for being a Jew and for being a socialist. He could have complained that his immediate ambitions were not so shocking. The French Communist Party supported the Blum government, but against his wishes and those of its own leadership, it was pressured by Moscow to avoid playing a direct role in the government. Under the sway of the Comintern's third period strategy, from the summer of 1928 until a year or two after the rise of Nazism in 1933, the Communist parties had seen reformist Social Democrats as their primary enemy. They even went as far as to call them social fascists. But by 1934, relations between socialists and communists in France had become more fraternal. In a dramatic about-face, the Comintern began seeking alliances, popular fronts with other left movements where possible. The justification for forsaking Blum's government in 1936 was not leftist purity. In fact, Stalin was worried that communist involvement would scare away the centrist Radical Party's support for the Popular Front. The election of Blum's socialist government, however, unleashed a massive wave of industrial action. Over 2 million workers took part in strikes, occupying factories and paralyzing production. Marceau-Pivert, leader of the Socialist Party's radical left, proclaimed that everything is possible in the new environment. Business leaders appealed to Blum to restore order. The result was a series of reforms, the Matignon Accords, which granted workers the legal right to strike, made it easier for them to form unions, and offered large wage increases. For the first time, French workers enjoyed unemployment insurance and 2 weeks of paid vacation. Exhausted but overjoyed, millions flocked to the countryside and the sea for the first time that summer. The dignity these reforms afforded to working people was undeniable. Though they were the product of grassroots rebellion, not Blum's program, they couldn't have been implemented without the Popular Front in power. The reforms also contained the seeds of their undoing. The upsurges of May and June 1936 triggered capital flight and a business counteroffensive over the implementation of the reforms. With political instability growing, Blum's middle-class coalition partners abandoned the fight. The leader had neither the support nor the resolve to pursue more radical measures, or to offer adequate aid to his fellow socialist Republicans fighting a bloody civil war against fascists in Spain. Blum was pushed out of power for the last time in 1938, all the while pleading that he had attempted to be a loyal manager of capitalism. Blum might have been selling his reforms and radical vision short. But unable to protect its policies, the Popular Front in France was little more successful in the end than the first 2 British Labour Party governments. It was only in Sweden that interwar socialists were able to mount a serious challenge to fiscal orthodoxy. Swedish economists had long pursued heterodox economic ideas, and starting in the 1930s, the Swedish Social Democratic Party, SAP, put them into practice. Accounts of the rise of social democracy in Sweden often focus on the country's exceptional features. Its civic culture, limited state repression, and even racial homogeneity are commonly invoked. But on the whole, the country's left faced similar challenges to its counterparts elsewhere. It just managed to find ways to overcome them. One relevant difference was that the nation underwent industrialization relatively late in the 1870s. It was another decade later before the first trade unions were formed, meaning that advocates of industrial unionism who would go on to form the Swedish Trade Union Confederation in 1898 didn't have to contend with powerful, more conservative craft unions. The late start meant that Swedish unionism developed under the ideological influence of socialism. The SAP was formed along with the creation of the Second Internationale in 1889. The party's founders were drawn to socialism through the example of movements in Denmark and Germany, and the ideology quickly took root in Sweden. Socialists faced the intransigent opposition of elites, with a 1902 New York Times article describing battles between workers and capitalists and fears of the dreaded red flag flying in a Sweden that was only rivaled by Russia as the most feudal and oligarchical country in Europe. Sweden was described similarly in SAP literature as an armed poorhouse. Sweden did not grant universal male suffrage until the early 20th century, meaning that, like the Bolsheviks, Swedish socialists were forced to focus most of their initial efforts on the shop floor rather than in parliament. In the political struggle for civil reforms, socialists proved themselves abler than the country's liberals. As in Germany, the limited power of elected office also papered over potential differences between a would-be parliamentarist right and more radical forces. Yet, in Sweden, under the leadership of Hjalmar Branting, the Social Democrats were able to maintain a relatively stable, broad tent and engage in productive coalition work with liberal and agrarian forces. Despite some reformist inclinations, from early on, the Swedish movement was built on socialist ideological grounds. It advocated for policies that bridged gaps between craft and industrial workers, and it put emphasis on uplifting the most poorly paid. Social Democrats consistently prioritized universal programs of benefit to both the poor and farmers, and not just the narrow interests of workers. Instead of pursuing shortcuts in their early years in opposition, Sweden's socialists began to build a hegemony more durable than that of other Second International parties. By the 1920s, things were going according to plan. The struggle for political democracy had been largely successful, and as a result, the party had a growing electoral mandate. Early SAP minority governments, however, proved unable to usher in Phase 2, the winning of social democracy. That began to change in 1932, when the party embarked on a near half-century of uninterrupted rule. The SAP had campaigned on an expansion of public works and more state intervention in the economy, and after taking power, began to implement some of the counter-cyclical policies forsaken by socialists elsewhere. The real breakthrough, however, came later in the decade, when the SAP formed a parliamentary coalition with the Agrarian Party, and the Swedish Trade Union Confederation, LO, negotiated a basic agreement with the country's powerful Employers' Federation, SAF. Reconciling working-class interests with those of small farmers meant that nationalization was off the table for the time being. Similarly, the LO's agreement with the SAF recognized for the first time management's right to manage, to direct the labor process and make personnel decisions without interference. Planning was gradually redefined from state nationalization to public investment and economic forecasting. The party had made a significant shift from opposition and representing the interests of workers alone to constructing a cooperative people's home for the entire population. It recognized that prosperity depended on growth and that there was no immediate alternative to private enterprise. Way back in 1897, amid pitched industrial battles, Swedish socialists made their stated goal the fostering and development of intellectual and material culture. Nationalization at the time was their assumed means, but the goal was more open-ended. Unlike MacDonald's Labour Party, however, they didn't capitulate to the market as it was, but made a radical attempt to change how it operated. The Swedish model matured after the war. During the gestation period of the SAP's 1944 post-war program, Finance Minister Ernst Wigforss argued that the concentration of economic power was the problem, not necessarily private ownership. It was another acknowledgement that Sweden's main issue was underdevelopment, and that it was better for labor to share part of a growing pie with capitalists than to try to capture all of a small one. Yet the SAP did not rule out immediate socialization if the tamed private market didn't prove itself compatible with the party's values and goals. The debates at the time show a party that still took its commitment to socialism seriously. Some socialists even shared the expectation of Minister of Social Affairs Gustav Möller that a wave of revolutions might follow the war's conclusion and ripen conditions for a more traditional socialist program. With the communist vote tripling to 10%, the combined left had an absolute majority in the 1944 elections, and even in a period with emergency wage, price and consumption controls, planning had a great deal of mystique. Despite Wigforsch's assurances about the continued role of private capital, the 1944 program advocated government takeovers of basic industries and finance and an overarching state responsibility for shaping investment and maintaining full employment. Economist and Trade Minister Gunnar Myrdal spoke of a harvest time for the labor movement, in which the fruits of recent economic development would fall to workers. Yet a push for nationalization found resistance from a capitalist class that could credibly threaten to withhold investment. That climate, combined with the onset of the Cold War, tempered the SAP, which forsook alliance with the Communists in favor of a new coalition with the agrarians. With the march toward socialization blocked, the party eventually adopted a 1951 plan created by LO economists Josta Rehn and Rudolf Meidner. They shared the SAP's desire to promote and influence economic expansion, but advocated doing so through centralized labor bargaining rather than direct state intervention. The starting point for the Rehn-Meidner strategy was a commitment to using that sectoral bargaining between the LO and the SAF to help equalize pay levels for all workers. That didn't mean everyone earned the same, but the gap between higher and lower paid workers was reduced. The equal pay for equal work principle also meant that differentiated wages should be determined by the type of work performed, not by a particular employer's ability to pay or an employee's power on their shop floor. This was done for 3 reasons. First, because of an ideological commitment to equality. Even if wages can't be equal, at the very least we should lift up the incomes of the worst off and limit the advantages of the best. Second, because wage compression was politically useful. It reduced divisions within the working class and promoted solidarity across industries. Third, because it played an important macroeconomic role in the Rehn-Meidner plan. Wage demands would be set so that firms at an average efficiency level could survive, but less efficient firms would be squeezed and forced to radically restructure or go bankrupt. The most productive firms, however, would benefit from the wage restraint of their workers and garner excess profits. These profits would allow them to expand their productive capacity and thus generate more wealth. The system helped encourage high-wage, capital-intensive industry. These negotiations were done directly between labor and capital, but the role of the state was crucial. Active labor market policies helped workers formerly employed in less productive firms get reabsorbed in expanding parts of the economy. Social guarantees for health care, education, child care, and so on meant that there was a growing state sector to help ensure full employment. It was a program for functional socialism, in that it made certain socialist priorities clear, but would seek them by shaping the outcomes of capitalist enterprise rather than through nationalization. Such a model, however, was one that capitalists would agree to only under duress. As Meidner put it, management prefers decentralized bargaining and wage differentials as instruments for managerial control. Even though capitalists benefited from the Rehn-Meidner plan in many respects, it was only implemented because a powerful labor movement and social democratic party forced its way. Nevertheless, it was a socialism jointly administered by a powerful employer federation, which was able to set red lines around how far private ownership rights could be eroded. This contradiction would only emerge later. Sweden thrived in the post-war period. It had not been ravaged by the war, and a rebuilding Europe needed the raw materials it exported. What was good for Volvo also seemed to be good for Sweden. Under the 23-year tenure of Prime Minister Tage Erlander, companies enjoyed soaring profits, and the spoils of that growth were shared widely. The dream of constructing socialism through nationalizations was abandoned. and as late as 1976, only 5% of Swedish industry was under public ownership. But the results were undeniable. The Rehn-Meidner model combined the dynamic power of capital and free trade on the one hand with the might of an organized trade union movement and a social democratic state on the other to ensure egalitarian outcomes. Beyond distributing income more fairly, the system allowed Swedes to meet basic needs outside the marketplace through welfare state guarantees. It was what Wigforss called a provisional utopia. International observers like Anthony Crosland drew profound lessons from the Swedish example. The British Labour parliamentarian believed that socialism was compatible with the private ownership of industry. His 1956 book, The Future of Socialism, criticized the traditional socialist focus on means, the preference for nationalization, for example, instead of the end goal of social equality. The worst sort of confusion, he wrote, is the tendency to use socialism to describe not a certain kind of society, but particular policies which are, or are thought to be, means to attain this kind of society. It was the most influential revisionist work since Eduard Bernstein's Evolutionary Socialism, perfect for an era in which capitalism seemed dynamic, and the scope for reform within it almost boundless. Crosland was explicit about his intention, telling a friend, rather boldly, "I am revising Marxism and will emerge as the new Bernstein." Bernstein had inklings of how malleable capitalism was, but Crosland had proof. Despite the depression and war of the 1930s and 40s, the system had not collapsed, but was instead being transformed. Living standards were improving, and private capital increasingly found itself subordinated to both the state and labor. This was the case in Clement Attlee's Britain, and even more so in Erlander's Sweden. The taxation of capitalist growth and social spending, rather than outright expropriation, seemed to be sufficient. Going further than Bernstein ever did, Crosland wrote, "Marx has little or nothing to offer the contemporary socialist, either in respect of practical policy or of the correct analysis of our society, or even the right conceptual tools or framework." 3 years after The Future of Socialism's publication, even the venerable German Social Democratic Party abandoned the Marxist concept of class struggle in its Godesberg program. The reconciliation to capitalism that social democracy had long made in practice was finally codified in theory. Yet, in 1969, when Olof Palme took over as Prime Minister of Sweden, the class compromise that underpinned the system was starting to come undone. That Palme came to prominence was no great surprise. That he did so on the back of working-class politics was. He was born into an aristocratic Lutheran family and spent much of his childhood on estates and in the company of private tutors. His uncles were so rabidly right-wing that they fought in the Finnish Civil War as foreign volunteers supporting the brutal White Army. One of them, after whom he was named, was killed by the Reds at the Battle of Tampere in 1918. Palme might have always had some egalitarian instincts. After his 1986 assassination, an old household servant recalled that he was different from his family members, even as an 8-year-old, always helping us maids carry the dishes and talking to us as equals. But from what we know of his days in primary school and in the military, Palme was hardly political and even displayed some conservative tendencies. As unlikely as it seems, he was won over to socialism during his time in the United States. In 1947, Palme received a scholarship to study for a year at Kenyon College, a liberal arts school in Ohio. He came to love America, filled as it was with post-war confidence and a vibrant trade union movement. Palme was a member of a socialist society while at school and studied under progressive professors. He wrote his thesis on the United Auto Workers, UAW, and he even conducted research at a ball-bearing factory near Kenyon. That summer, Palma also talked with UAW leader Walter Reuther in Detroit, admiring what he saw of the American social democratic movement. Free from rigid boarding schools and military discipline for the first time, Palma hitchhiked and took greyhounds across the country. In the process, he discovered how widespread racism was in Jim Crow America. He recalled sitting in the back of the bus with black patrons in the South. When asked to move to the front by some white men, he refused. As he wrote in a letter home, he probably only avoided a beating because they took me for a crazy foreigner. By the time Palma returned to Sweden, the young man who not long ago thought the Swedish tax rate needed to be halved was writing articles about the Communist Manifesto. The newly politicized Palma became involved in the SAP and chairman of the Swedish Students' Union in 1952. Many took notice of his charisma and intelligence, and he was soon brought in as an assistant to Prime Minister Erlander. His role in the administration became so vital that the media would sometimes depict Palma as Erlander's puppet master. The prestige and attention didn't please some members of his family, however. His grandmother, proud of her own children's sacrifices against the Finnish barbarians, regretted that her beloved grandson was in the service of a party that is busy destroying our country. When he became prime minister at the age of 42, Palma hoped to take the model built under Erlander and widen its scope. His ambitions were rooted in his own views, but also reflected growing pressure from the LO-SAP rank and file. Decades under a strong welfare state, it turned out, didn't satisfy egalitarian demands, but fostered more expansive ones. Following SAP setbacks in local elections, a 1967 conference committed the party to an industrial policy offensive that harkened back to the 1940s planning debate. Previously, Swedish social democracy had engaged in little direct industrial planning, relying on the demands of unions and targeted interventions to shape market forces. But now, the government set up a public investment bank and expanded state enterprises and mechanisms for the joint coordination of those firms. The changes were not necessarily anti-capitalist. Business needed labor and state support to adjust to a changing world market. But though capitalists could accept active industrial policy, the push to expand workplace democracy was bitterly resisted. LO leaders had to contend with a wave of wildcat strikes and were pushed to the left as a result in the early 1970s. The Federation began advocating the extension of collective bargaining to non-economic concerns. The employers organized in the SAF refused any such reform, so labor, both the LO and the white-collar federations, resorted to pushing its demands through social democratic legislation. With the backing of Palma's Social Democratic Party, employers were forced to negotiate with unions on just about every workplace issue. The terms of the 1938 Basic Agreement were violated, with labor firing the first shots. The most radical shift was the 1976 LO endorsement of a new Meidner Plan, a proposal for a collectively owned wage earner fund. Decades of wage restraint in productive firms had curbed inflationary pressures and allowed for expansion. But these policies also led to massive, excessive profits, the product of centralized bargaining, not weak shop floor power, which weren't always productively invested. Many workers, especially those with valuable skills, felt that the wage increases they had been granted were less than they deserved. Those feelings were compounded by the realization that some of Sweden's largest companies were earning extremely high profits, in large part because of labor's willingness to limit its demands. A communist parliamentarian, C.H. Hermansson, could point out that even after years of uninterrupted social democratic rule, 15 families owned the majority of Swedish industry. The LO proposal, which was not cleared beforehand with the SAP, would address both the ideological and the practical problems of capitalists' unilateral control of socially created wealth. Wage earner funds had been floated in Germany, the Netherlands, and Denmark in the post-war years, but the Swedish plan was more ambitious. A small working group set up in 1973 spent 2 years formulating a strategy to shore up the nation's solidaristic wage policy. They ended up presenting a report that advocated a form of profit-sharing. Firms with over 50 employees would have to take 20% of their annual profit and issue shares to a worker-controlled wage earner fund. Though the proposal was at first received indifferently by LO leaders, they came to see it as a possible solution to the problems facing the Swedish model. The trade union rank-and-file's response was more enthusiastic, particularly because of the plan's anti-capitalist implications. Within several decades, the funds, controlled by workers through union boards, could wrestle ownership from private capital. As Meidner said in a 1975 interview, "We cannot fundamentally change society without changing its ownership structure." It was a left-wing repudiation of functional socialism. For their part, many workers who had been indirectly exercising political power through the Social Democratic Party felt they had the skills and expertise to run their own workplaces without compromising with capital. The resolution's adoption at the 1976 LO Convention was followed by a spontaneous rendition of the Internationale. The Meidner Committee anticipated strong business resistance and stressed that employers were not being expropriated. They didn't lose any existing wealth, they just had to give up a portion of future profits. And since that share of profit wouldn't be taxed, the state was itself subsidizing the funds. The plan could have even promoted further wage restraint and less adversarial relations between workers and management. Yet, after some consideration, business leaders saw the plan for what it was: an existential threat. Meanwhile, Palme pressed his larger project throughout his first 7 years in office. He was fond of using poetry to describe what social democracy endeavored toward: a world that acknowledged that man, not the moon, is the measure of everything. An open city without fortifications is what we are building together, its light shining up against the loneliness of space. For Swedish women in particular, social democracy was a great boon in what was once considered the most patriarchal country in Scandinavia. Historically, socialists had acquitted themselves far better on the question of sexual equality than their rivals, as most agreed with August Bebel that there couldn't be a just society without equality of the sexes. But radicals like Alexandra Kollontai and Vladimir Lenin, who recognized the double oppression that women faced, both from capital and from sexism, thought the scope for reform was limited within capitalism. In the early 1900s, Kollontai could dismiss the feminist movement itself as poison. Socialists in general favored universal suffrage, employment, and other civil rights, but were less proactive in other struggles and were suspicious of cross-class feminist causes. Sweden showed just how much sexual oppression could be diminished within capitalism. Child allowances, family leave, child care, even the provision of school meals, all eased the burdens placed on women. Beyond such legislation, equal pay for equal work and industry-level bargaining that favored the lowest-paid sectors disproportionately helped women. Still, as late as 1966, 2/3 of Swedish women stayed at home. A popular 1961 pamphlet pointed out that now women had the right to compete with men in the labor market, but also had to maintain their household duties, making it difficult to do both in practice. Amid debate over this question, the state took steps to facilitate women's labor force participation. An advisory council on sexual equality working directly with the Prime Minister's office was created to generate policy that encouraged free development for women and challenged traditional gender roles. Palme committed himself wholeheartedly to the effort, writing in a thoughtful essay called The Emancipation of Man that women's struggle for equality meant taking on the pressure of thousand-years-old traditions. Swedish women finally won abortion rights in 1974. By that year, 80% of women in the country were in paid employment, the highest rate in the world. Combined with the wider social and economic transformation underway, Swedish society was upturned. Traditionalism declined, secularism grew, and new forms of sexual liberation flourished. What was once a hierarchical nation, a culture still yearning for past imperial glories, could now take pride in being a democracy committed to equality at home and anti-colonial struggles abroad. By the time the 1976 general election came around, the Social Democrats had been in power for 44 years, longer than most Swedes had been alive. They had faced a stiff challenge in 1973, and then in 1976, the Socialist bloc fell short of a majority. The immediate cause of the defeat might have been a debate over nuclear power. It was favored by the Social Democrats, but opposed by the Center Party, which expanded its scope to green politics. The larger challenge came from the structural dilemma of social democracy. No matter how creatively implemented, it was still dependent on private sector profits and the calculation by business that maintaining the peace with a powerful labor movement was worth the cost. Sure enough, employers enjoyed stability. From 1938 to the start of the Wildcat strike wave in 1969, strike levels were lower in Sweden than elsewhere in Europe. But political unrest and the end of the post-war economic boom meant that the truce could not last forever. The left, as we have discussed, began to break with aspects of the 1938 Basic Agreement. In some instances, this was an ideological act, such as in the encroachment on management pejoratives and the push for industrial democracy. In other cases, as with the Wage Earner Fund, it was a mix of practical and ideological imperatives. The Employer Federation, for its part, radicalized as well. For the first time in decades, the SAF began a media campaign against the core pillars of social democracy. It attacked the Meidner Plan, portraying it as an attempt by union bureaucrats to concentrate power in their own hands. The LO rank and file still rallied behind the plan, but the SAP was never much committed to it to begin with. Nor were white-collar professional left voters. The charges stuck. 100,000 people demonstrated against the Meidner Plan in late 1981. At the same time, employers began resisting even moderate demands for wage increases. Amid broader economic shifts that resulted in the internationalization of the Swedish economy and developments including the 1973 worldwide oil crisis, the threat of unemployment and inflation grew. Still tasked with absorbing private sector job losses and maintaining broad welfare supports, the state began growing rapidly, with public expenditure reaching almost 70% of GDP. Social democracy was always predicated on economic expansion. Expansion gave succor to both the working class and capital. When growth slowed and the demands of workers made deeper inroads into firm profits, business owners rebelled against the class compromise. Neoliberalism, a set of policies to use state power to restore employer profits by rolling back regulations and challenging unions, was one way to solve the crisis of the 1970s. Wresting control of investment from capital was another. But Social Democrats were unprepared for this choice. Thinking they had abolished the business cycle through state intervention, they forgot a core tenet of Marxism, that the contradictions of capitalism and its tendency toward crisis cannot be resolved within the system. Perhaps things would have played out differently if Palma and his party had backed the Meidner Plan wholeheartedly in the 1970s. However, they ran into another big dilemma of social democracy. Social democratic leaderships have to win elections and build stable institutions. They didn't necessarily want working-class mobilization outside the voting booth. To maintain electoral stability and their own ability to mediate between capital and labor and to enact reforms, Social Democrats shied away from leftist solutions to the crisis. In doing so, they ironically ended up undermining their own voting bloc, the true source of their power. Despite the SAP setback in 1976, the basics of social democracy went unchallenged longer in Sweden than elsewhere in Europe. But in the 1980s, centralized bargaining policies and practices began to crumble, and the Meidner Plan was watered down to the point of being inconsequential. Full employment policies were dropped by a social democratic government during the 1990 financial crisis. Though Sweden still has better social indicators than almost any other nation, its welfare state was reshaped through reforms that privatized key aspects of service provisioning. Entry into the European Union in 1995 further challenged what remained of the Swedish model. Though other social democratic experiments sputtered and failed, the left was not in full retreat everywhere. In France, 43 years after Léon Blum left power, François Mitterrand's 1980s socialist government was an attempt to rage against the dying of the light. His program was the most radical from a mainstream party in decades. You can be a manager of capitalist society or a founder of a socialist society, Mitterrand could say. As far as we're concerned, we want to be the second. By the time Mitterrand took power with communist support in 1981, France already faced growing unemployment, economic stagnation, and an unfavorable international business climate. Despite his rhetoric, Mitterrand's immediate program was a radical Keynesian one. His 110 Propositions for France proposed a public works program and the construction of social housing, nurseries, and clinics. The government's early legislative victories expanded shop floor union rights, along with co-determination measures. Minimum wage and pensions were increased, while the working week was reduced to 39 hours. A 1982 nationalization bill put 5 industrial groups, almost 40 banks, 2 steel companies, and much of the armaments and aerospace industries under state control. These nationalizations, decried as Bolshevism in the business press, were made not so much on ideological grounds, but to help maintain employment and oversee economic restructuring. Nonetheless, business resistance grew to unprecedented levels, and $5 billion was lost to capital flight. Just a few years after asserting his revolutionary credentials, Mitterrand was pleading with France's business leaders, "This will be one of the ways to end the class struggle. We want to develop a mixed economy. We are not revolutionary Marxists, Leninists." He might have recalled what he had told one of his aides only a few months earlier. In economics, there are 2 solutions. Either you are a Leninist, or you won't change anything. Mitterrand's program did spark a wave of popular support, but he was unable to harness that energy or to practically deal with employer resistance. His choice of retreat was made easier by restrictions imposed by the European monetary system, which tied the franc to the Deutschmark and prevented devaluation. Today, the Eurozone allows for even less monetary flexibility. The bold 110 propositions could not overcome the discipline of both domestic elites and the international market. The French socialists were forced into a dramatic U-turn, not just halting their march forward, but embracing the politics of austerity. Olof Palme didn't live long enough to oversee such a retreat in his own country, but within a few years of his 1986 assassination, both state socialism and social democracy were widely pronounced dead worldwide. Social democrats still governed in many places. Since mid-century, they had given up the ambition to construct an order after capitalism rather than just doses of socialism within it. Now they ended up, as they had in the interwar period, following the path of the Ramsay MacDonald governments and, at most, marrying redistributive measures to economic orthodoxy. Tony Blair in Britain, Gerhard Schröder in Germany, and North American counterparts, including Bill Clinton and others in the Democratic Leadership Council, helped codify the social democratic retreat into a new ideology. The newly minted Third Way promised opportunity, not government, and a politics of inclusion, not welfare. The Social Democrats who had once demanded a middle way between communism and capitalism, French socialist leader Lionel Jospin lamented, now proposed one between social democracy and neoliberalism. The goalposts had moved to the right. As part of this shift, historic labor parties were transformed into social liberal ones, their appeals designed more for middle-class professionals than their long-neglected working-class bases. Anthony Crosland's The Future of Socialism was at its most poignant in its demands for not only higher exports and old-age pensions, but more open-air cafes, brighter and gayer streets at night, brighter and cleaner eating houses, more riverside cafes, more pleasure gardens on the Battersea model. The welfare state certainly should not be the end point of human ambitions, but those who embraced Crosland's moderate legacy in bids to modernize their old parties proved better able to enact his dreams of green urban renewal than of social equality. Does that mean that the decades of effort to build social democracy were in vain? We can recall Rosa Luxemburg's comparison of reformism with the labor of Sisyphus, the giant in Greek mythology, eternally pushing a boulder uphill, only to see it slide down again when it nears the top. But even after years of slippage, the boulder hasn't come crashing all the way down. In advanced societies shaped by social democrats, key working-class victories have proven durable, and people enjoy protections from the most extreme forms of poverty and insecurity. Democracy prevents capitalism from returning to its war against all worst, but for those still aspiring to an age of abundance and solidarity, defending existing victories or negotiating terms of defeat isn't enough. As we will discuss, the emergence of the movement around British Labour Party leader Jeremy Corbyn, and to a lesser extent that of Bernie Sanders in the United States, represents a surprising challenge to the Third Way. What makes Corbyn in particular so remarkable is that he doesn't just offer a return to 20th-century laborism, but rather wants a new class-struggle social democracy in which the party meeting, union hall, and electoral rally are far from the only acceptable places to practice politics. Yet even if the more combative approach of Corbyn and Sanders succeeds in winning power, the new social democracy will encounter the same structural challenges as the old one, namely its reliance on the profitability of capital and the inflationary tendencies that accompany empowered workplaces and full employment policies. The resolution of these issues will lead us down one of two paths, albeit different ones from those Palme suggested, back to economic orthodoxy or toward a more radical democratic socialist tradition. Western Europe and Russia were necessarily the subjects of this and the previous 3 chapters, as the accident of history that is capitalism, along with its socialist foil, first arose in Europe and only later spread to the rest of the world. However, capital's drive is global, and the resistance it provokes is too. We now turn to the Third World, where socialists were at the forefront of struggles against colonial oppression and for national development. Chapter 6. The Third World Revolution. To M. N. Roy, the Communist International's Second Congress was a revelation. For the first time, he remarked, brown and yellow men met with white men who were not overbearing imperialists, but friends and comrades. The young Bengali was already a seasoned activist, having participated in India's radical nationalist movement before being forced to leave the country. Abroad, he discovered Marxism in a New York City public library and even helped found Mexico's Communist Party. The 1920 Congress was his first international communist gathering, however. Like the 30 other delegates representing oppressed nations, his views helped shape the proceedings. According to some scholars, Roy's lifetime contributions on the colonial question were as influential as those of Lenin and Mao. The appeal of socialism in its Leninist form was obvious. It foregrounded anti-imperialism, and the agrarian question was just as crucial in mostly peasant Russia as it was across the colonized world. Though Lenin drew mainly on the German Social Democratic Party, he adapted its strategies to Russian conditions, which were closer to what Roy saw in India. Even more, the Soviet Union already administered a territory of over 100 nationalities, and debates about self-determination echoed in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. The old Second Internationale had spent some time examining the colonized world, but while few joined Eduard Bernstein in seeing a civilizing silver lining in imperialism, its record was spotty. Notably, the grouping had little representation from oppressed nations, despite being led by parties based in imperialist countries. Even some radicals like Rosa Luxemburg, herself from oppressed Poland, simply opposed all forms of nationalism, including the right to self-determination. A right of nations, she argued, is nothing more than a metaphysical cliché of the type of rights of man and rights of the citizen. The Communist Internationale hewed closer to Marx's views. Marx had been a long-time advocate of Polish independence and similar struggles. For his part, Lenin often compared the national question to a woman's right to divorce. Any good socialist would support that right, but that didn't mean they advocated that all married couples divorce. In the years after the October Revolution, the Soviet Union had both ideological and practical reasons for encouraging national liberation abroad. Prospects for revolution in Western Europe were dim, but less so elsewhere. The pariahs are rising, Comintern leaders announced in 1920. The socialist who aids directly or indirectly in perpetuating the privileged position of one nation at the expense of another, who accommodates himself to colonial slavery, who draws a line of distinction between races and colors, deserves to be branded with infamy, if not with a bullet. Yet if the Bolsheviks had to grapple with the challenge of leading a highly organized working class trapped in a mostly peasant country, those contradictions were even more significant in the world's less developed countries. Marx had foreseen revolution arising first in the most advanced countries. He later complicated this prediction, the product of a conscious proletariat. Socialism was to be the radically democratic goal of a working class that not only had an interest in its own liberation through the abolition of wage labor, but also shared a collective interest in the liberation of all humanity through the abolition of class itself. Such an act required both capitalism creating this working class to begin with, and capitalist exchange producing the abundance necessary for socialism to supersede it. But in the Third World, revolutionaries embraced socialism as a path to modernity and national liberation. Adapting a theory that was built around advanced capitalism and an industrial proletariat, they struggled to find substitute proletariats, from peasants to junior military officers to deprived underclasses, to achieve these ends. As Roy would later write, "In order to catch up with the time lost, India must live in a few years the life lived by others over a period of 1,000 years. In the 20th century, socialists played leading roles in the struggle against imperialism. But what made the socialist contribution to movements in the Third World distinct was this emphasis on development. The exploitation of weak nations by strong ones was rejected not only on moral grounds, but because it created barriers to improving economic conditions. Nevertheless, attempting to make up for hundreds of years in a few years made socialism in the Third World prone to domination by small groups trying to carry out modernization from above. At times, they had mass popular support, but these movements ruled over and on behalf of the oppressed, not through them. It was a departure from past socialist claims to represent the self-emancipation of the working class itself. Nowhere was this dynamic clearer than in the Chinese Revolution, where it played out on a grand scale. The revolution's noteworthy achievements and cataclysmic failures continue to shape the world to this day. But it is telling that Chinese communism is now, at best, seen as an overseer of enlightened authoritarianism rather than a radical socialist force. When the Communist Party of China, CPC, held its first Congress in 1921, there were only a dozen delegates, representing a grand total of 57 party members. The son of a wealthy peasant, Mao Zedong was among those 12 apostles. As a teenager, he had participated in the Xinhai Revolution, which overthrew the Qing dynasty, and afterward began to move from republicanism to socialism. The CPC, which he helped found, and which was then led by Chen Duxiu and Li Dajiao, embraced Marxist orthodoxy. It proclaimed itself a proletarian party that would help workers fight for their own class interest. At the time, China was in disarray. The Qing dynasty collapsed in 1912 after 300 years in power, but the republic created in its wake was a disaster. Sun Yat-sen's Kuomintang, or KMT, only wielded power in the south, and the country was effectively controlled by rival warlords. Dynastic landlords still oversaw massive estates populated by famished peasants. Further blocking the pathway to development was China's status as a semi-colony, vied over by imperialist powers that dominated its major coastal cities. In these cities, a small working class emerged as a result of the influx of foreign capital and industrial equipment, but it represented just 1% of China's 300 million people. The small number of educated militants, people who, like Mao, had participated in the nationalist upheavals of the 1910s, yearned for a united, free, socially reformed China. Many came to adopt socialism to achieve their ends. Though the CPC saw China's small working class as its true revolutionary force, no one thought it would be able to accomplish much by itself. The party aspired, however, to cement the working class's hegemony over not just struggles against capitalists, but those that challenged imperialists and landlords too. Though today mostly associated with the political thought of Italian Marxist Antonio Gramsci, Russian socialists popularized the concept of hegemony at the turn of the 20th century. With it, they referred to the process by which the distinct interests of the working class and those of other subaltern classes, such as the peasantry, would be reconciled under working-class leadership. Most Marxists believed that, left to their own devices, peasants would aspire to nothing more than petty proprietorship. They would fight their landlords for their own plots, but not for a wider collectivist project. The trick wasn't to force peasants to be something they weren't, but rather to harness their impulses as part of a wider socialist project. In the case of the working class, Marxists argued their self-interest and the collective interests of humanity were aligned. That was the theory, at least, and seemingly out of nowhere, the Chinese working class began to follow the script. Though that class was still small, it had doubled in size between 1916 and 1922, as railways expanded along with a booming textile industry. The same couldn't be said about the Communist Party. Even as late as 1925, it had just 900 members. They were mostly intellectuals, and the Comintern ordered them to become Kuomintang members and find a mass base. Communists were welcomed into the KMT's executive committee, and Sun Yat-sen relied on communist efforts and help from Moscow to build his nationalist army. But dissent mounted within the CPC, which, like much of the pre-Stalinist international communist movement, still enjoyed internal democracy. The KMT, Central Committee member Peng Shuji argued, was crippled by its association with feudal warlords. Echoing Trotsky's theory of permanent revolution, others, like Party General Secretary Chen Du-shu, also emphasized the need for organizational and political independence and a battle for change that passed the limits of what the national bourgeoisie found acceptable. Differentiating themselves from the nationalists, the communists began to focus on working-class agitation and building allied trade unions. Whether spurred by this shift or a fortuitous coincidence, a 2-year worker struggle began in 1925 that would parallel the 1905 Russian Revolution. Strikes at Japanese-owned textile factories in Shanghai led to the death of a communist worker and the arrests of scores more. In response, on May 30th, thousands of students and workers rallied in solidarity outside the police station where the strikers were being held. British police shot and killed a dozen of them. The May 30th incident was a catalyst for action across China. Within weeks, not only Shanghai but Guangzhou and Hong Kong were gripped by a general strike. Tens of thousands of people flocked to the Communist Party. The Kuomintang saw the potential to use working-class militancy for their nationalist project, but it shared industrialists' worries about the spread of strikes from foreign to Chinese-owned firms. Chiang Kai-shek, the recently deceased Sun Yat-sen's successor, initially found himself allied with the KMT's left, hoping to maintain his ties to the Soviet Union. At least outside the country, the appreciation for Chinese nationalism was reciprocated. In Moscow, Chiang was lauded as a Red General, and the Soviet government even established the Sun Yat-sen Communist University of the Toilers of China. This support from the Stalin-Bukharin leadership existed despite mounting tensions between Chiang and the Chinese Communists after he brutally repressed strikes in Guangzhou in 1926. The main Soviet diplomat in China, Mikhail Baradin, put it crassly. The present period is one in which the Communists should do coolie service for the Kuomintang. Trotsky was among the few voices within the Politburo opposing this stance. He wrote of Chiang's courtship of the Soviet Union. In preparing for himself the role of an executioner, he wanted to have the cover of world communism. Chinese communists, Trotsky argued, should break with the Kuomintang and create Soviets that could advance working-class demands independent of the nationalists. For others in the international communist movement, the Kuomintang's appeal was obvious. Despite its bourgeois character, it still used the language of anti-imperialism, and the Soviets had managed to forge desperately needed fraternal relationships with regimes in Mexico and Turkey on that basis. The CPC leadership balanced the directives from Moscow with its own instincts, begrudgingly accepting orders from Chiang, but also unable to completely tame the radical workers in its orbit. In Shanghai, a communist-inspired general strike of over 500,000 and an armed insurrection took over the city in advance of Chiang's arrival there. Some in China joined Trotsky's call for the creation of Soviets and a clean break with the Kuomintang, but under Russian pressure, the communist leadership again urged caution. While wary of handing Shanghai and their mass base over to Chiang, the CPC didn't want to provoke foreign intervention, and it sought to preserve an alliance with what it saw as the KMT's progressive wing. For Stalin, the Kuomintang was a sort of revolutionary parliament where communists could still exert influence. Why make a coup d'etat? Why drive away the right when we have the majority and when the right listens to us? He asked the revolutionists. Almost exactly a week later, on April 12, 1927, Chiang's armed militias, dressed in blue denim uniforms and donning white armbands, targeted the headquarters of the General Labor Union and other communist strongholds. The policy of the government is to have labor working in harmony with the Revolutionary Army and the government, one gang member turned Kuomintang executioner reasoned. But when labor becomes a disturbing element, when it arrogates to itself tasks which are detrimental to the movement and disturbing to law and order, labor must be disciplined. The communists had encouraged their members to bury their arms and avoid open struggle. Now, with that struggle forced on them, they were dramatically outgunned. Thousands died, and nationalist execution squads roamed the city, shooting, bayoneting, and sometimes even beheading militants. The news was slow to spread abroad. On April 16th, days after the massacre, German communist leader Ernst Thälmann published an article asserting that the bourgeois right wing in the Kuomintang and its leadership had been defeated in 1926. The next week, with the scope of the disaster clear, Stalin simply claimed that events had vindicated the Comintern line. In months that followed, Chiang, who said he would rather kill 1,000 innocents than let one communist escape, was true to his word. As many as 300,000 died in a white terror, including 15,000 of the CPC's 25,000 members. Li Dajiao, the party's co-founder, was executed in 1927 after the warlord Jiang Zuolin raided the Soviet embassy in Shanghai and seized him. The severely weakened party was now pushed by Stalin, who had finally turned on the KMT, to go on a suicidal offensive. It sparked an uprising in Nanchang, but communists only held the city for a few days. Similarly, a December 1927 rebellion in Guangzhou ended in defeat. With its urban base in shatters, the Communist Party would have to remold itself in the countryside. None would be more significant to that effort than Mao Zedong. Mao had learned an essential lesson from 1925 to 1927. He would rhetorically claim the utmost fealty to Stalinism, but maintain the freedom to tactically improvise. In the aftermath of the 1927 disaster, the remaining Chinese communists argued over what had transpired. Chen Duxiu, one of the party's co-founders, knew that Moscow was to blame and was forthright about the pressure to which he had been subjected. Trotsky, he admitted, had been right about the Comintern's policy all along. Chen had wanted to oppose the Kuomintang earlier, he said, but I, who had no decisiveness of character, respected international discipline and the opinion of the majority of the Central Committee. For these honest reflections, Chen was made 1927's scapegoat and expelled from the party. He continued to advocate an alternative course from the outside, the slow rebuilding of strength in the cities, supporting the struggle for democratic rights, and backing peasant struggles. One day, Chen thought, Chiang Kai-shek would face his February Revolution. In Russia, it had taken 12 years for the 1905 revolutionaries' aims to be realized. Patience was necessary. Yet, Chen would die of natural causes before the party he founded took power. When its official history was written, he was branded a bourgeois democracy opportunist, a traitor not just to communism, but to China itself. Chen Duxiu's void was filled by an unlikely candidate. During the fierce debates over the events of 1927, Mao emerged as a leader with new ideas, and he would slowly bring them to life. He spent most of the revolutionary 1920s organizing peasants in his native Hunan province. Though still seeing the proletariat as the leading force in the revolutionary movement, Mao became more excited about the peasantry's revolutionary potential. He refused to break with the Comintern as Chen had, but Mao carried this independent streak into the Jinggang Mountains, where he and several thousand other poorly armed communists narrowly escaped encirclement by nationalist forces. They created revolutionary base areas in several provinces. The largest of these remote strongholds was the Jiangxi Soviet. Through land reform, debt cancellation, and literacy campaigns, the Communists built peasant support and grew the ranks of their Red Army. Mao's own position seesawed throughout the early 1930s. The first mention of him in the international communist press was a mistaken March 1930 obituary, mourning him as a Bolshevik and a champion of the Chinese proletariat. But he successfully argued against those who sought to hastily return the theater of struggle to the cities. Much of intra-party debate at the time centered around military strategy. The Communists had recovered from the events of 1927 and had beaten back several nationalist offensives. They now ruled a territory of 3 million people that was larger in area than France. But the Kuomintang forces were still superior. They were reinforced by foreign support. American and British loans to the KMT allowed them to pay for U.S.-built airplanes, and they also benefited from the services of military advisors, including Charles Lindbergh and hundreds of Wehrmacht officers, who formulated a strategy to slowly strangle the CPC positions. In response, Mao continued to advocate hit-and-run attacks and guerrilla warfare, while his future deputy Zhou Enlai favored protracted warfare with mass formations. The Communists had their own German military advisor in Comintern agent Otto Braun. He largely agreed with Zhou and won support for a series of doomed attacks against the nationalist army. The details of the desperate struggle in Jiangxi and Fujian is beyond the scope of this book, but the fact that military and not political questions dominated during this period tells us much about what the CPC had become. In the 5 years after 1927, it lost 90% of its membership. With its urban mass base destroyed, the party was proletarian in name only. For all the frequent appeals to the leading role of the working class, by Zhou's estimates, only 2,000 of 120,000 party members at the time were workers. Those numbers are unreliable, but there had undoubtedly been a massive shift since the 1920s, when perhaps 2/3 of the party's members were workers. Communist leaders now ruled millions of peasants through military force in the name of a working class they only had tenuous ties to. In these conditions, Mao concluded that political power grows out of the barrel of a gun. The leader's military ideas, at least, were vindicated by the nationalist destruction of much of the Red Army in 1933 to 1934. The long march from Jiangxi to the northern fringes of China cost thousands of lives, but ensured communist survival. At the end of it, Mao and his supporters were the undisputed leaders of their party. Mao refused to meet Chen's fate. Whenever the Comintern's line shifted, he changed his rhetoric accordingly. At times, the Communists waged war against the kulaks in their midst. At others, even confiscation of the land of the landlords was halted. When the Japanese advanced in China, coming menacingly close to the Soviet Union, Moscow ordered the CPC to once again compromise with the progressive national bourgeoisie. a leading party member could say in 1938 that China needs Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek's leadership more urgently than ever today. No one else can lead this war except Generalissimo Chiang. Yet, whatever it publicly professed, the party never repeated the errors of the 1920s. Discontent with the KMT was widespread in China, and the Communists capitalized on it. Sun Yat-sen had promised prosperity, representative government, and national glory. Chiang oversaw poverty, maintained a dictatorship, and could not unite the country. In the struggle against the Japanese, which entailed a cessation of hostilities between the CPC and KMT, and in the resumed civil war that followed, Mao proved his genius. From 10,000 survivors after the 1934 to 1936 Long March, the Red Army soon numbered hundreds of thousands. They chastened landlords, defeated warlords, and won genuine popular support. But completely unbound to a working class that had a self-interest in socialist transformation, what became Maoism was naturally both voluntaristic and coercive. Its aim was to exhort the peasantry to build a socialism it had no reason to construct. The new revolutionary state would be created through these millions of peasants, not by them. It's hard to overstate the misery of pre-revolutionary China or the ineptitude of nationalist rule. Between 1927 and 1949, the country had been mired in foreign invasion and civil war. Warlords ruled with impunity, illiteracy was the norm, life expectancy was barely 40, and women were barred from education and sold into domestic servitude. Outright slavery even persisted in some remote regions, and just 10% of the rural population owned 70% of the land. In the previous 30 years, 10 million people had died in famines. It was no surprise then that when they swept from the countryside back into the cities, the Communists were met with adoring crowds. Compared to the Kuomintang's political terror and economic mismanagement, the CPC had earned a reputation for moderate, responsible leadership. Even some capitalists might have been reassured by Mao's promise that parts of the bourgeoisie and even enlightened gentry and other patriots were vital to freeing China from not just imperialism, but economic backwardness. Along with desperately needed capital, however, many of the nation's trained managers had fled to Taiwan with the KMT. With the Cold War now underway, the United States took an aggressive stance in East Asia, moving to halt the spread of communism in Korea. The CPC, with aid and expertise from the Soviets, faced the daunting task of rebuilding the country. With the outbreak of the Korean War, the party once again had to make huge sacrifices, joining the war and forcing a stalemate in the peninsula at the cost of over 500,000 Chinese dead and wounded. At home, the Communists faced the same dilemma the Soviet Union had in the 1920s and 30s, how to extract surplus from the peasantry with which to build industry in the cities. The challenge was even greater in China, because the party had come to power on the backs of peasants they now needed to exploit. As we have discussed, even as democracy within the Soviet Union was strangled, the 1920s New Economic Policy, NEP, presented a blueprint for development through a gradual, unequal exchange between town and country. For the first few years of communist rule, the CPC took a similar approach. It instituted an agrarian reform law in 1950, which distributed the property of rural landlords to the peasant masses. Peasants were encouraged to pool equipment and livestock in mutual aid teams, but as late as 1953, the party would proclaim that it is even necessary to permit the continued development of the economic system of the wealthy peasant. Under the slogan of sexual equality, other measures, such as the new marriage law, banned child marriage and ensured that women had to consent to their betrothal. Other communist gains must have seemed just as profound. The water supply and sewage systems were improved, and disease prevention campaigns reduced the prevalence of cholera, scarlet fever, and typhoid. In the cities, the CPC faced hyperinflation. Prices rose several million% between 1937 and 1948, and the challenge of restoring production. The Kuomintang had already carried out extensive nationalizations, which the Communists promptly expanded. But even as late as 1952, 20% of heavy industry and 60% of light industry were privately owned. The most striking policy involved efforts to curb inflation through austerity and labor force discipline. Built to be a wartime military organization, the CPC could carry out harsh measures decisively. Many workers, however, were no doubt pleased to be reemployed and receiving wages again. In Russia, the Civil War came after the Revolution. In China, the revolutionaries had already won their civil war and generally enjoyed popular support. At the same time, the CPC implemented some of the authoritarian measures associated with Stalinism. Trotsky's 1932 warning proved prescient. The commanders and commissars appear in the guise of absolute masters of the situation, and upon occupying cities will be rather apt to look down from above upon the workers. Citizens were encouraged to keep an eye on their neighbors. Academic life came under political control, and artists and intellectuals who refused to support the CPC were thrown in jail. Struggle sessions and group violence and humiliation inside and outside the party were already widespread. Thousands were driven to suicide. The party would soon bring about an even more radical shift. Eager to push the newly stabilized economy toward socialism, the CPC inaugurated its first 5-year plan in 1953. Explaining the policy in the state newspaper, a party official argued that the foundation of socialism is large industrial development, and cited the Soviet Union's rise from backward agricultural nation into a first-class industrial power. But the plan was also a nationalist measure. Only with industrialization of the state may we guarantee our economic independence and non-reliance on imperialism. By the beginning of 1956, all private industry in the country was nationalized. Soviet aid, including $300 million in low-interest loans, was vital to the effort. 11,000 Soviet experts came to work in China, and over 30,000 Chinese technicians were trained in the USSR. As in Stalin's 5-year plan, the focus was on building heavy industry. Thousands of state enterprises were created, some as large as the Anshan steel complex that employed 35,000. Before the Communists took power in 1949, only 57 million of China's 400 million inhabitants lived in cities. By the plan's completion, that number had risen to 100 million. Massive infrastructure projects linked the country, allowing the flow of people and materiel. Industrial output doubled. Though in some respects a success, Mao's industrial offensive suffered from some of the same problems as Stalin's. It neglected light industry and made little investment in agriculture. Not only that, there weren't enough trained workers to properly run the new factories. Unhappy with the pace of development, Mao debated how to boost agricultural productivity and direct that surplus into industry. As in Russia during the NEP days, the communist leadership agreed that farm collectivization would increase output, but questioned how fast that shift should be made. Unlike the Bolsheviks, the CPC at first took a cautious approach, simply encouraging the creation of mutual aid teams. In 1954, however, with the 5-year plan underway, the pace of collectivization quickened. That year, poor peasants were organized into agricultural producers' cooperatives, APCs. Land was pooled among groups of around 40 households, but peasants retained some private ownership rights and were rewarded based on their respective contributions. Encouraged by early success, Mao wrote about collectivization as if it was a sudden, spontaneous act brought about from below. A high tide of socialist transformation is sweeping through the rural areas, and the masses are jubilant. Denouncing his critics, the leader asked, "Why can't 600 million paupers create a prosperous and strong socialist country in several decades by their own efforts?" The party press joined in with articles such as, "Who says chicken feathers can't fly up to heaven?" and "A cooperative set up spontaneously by the masses against the wishes of the leadership." With 80% of the peasantry in cooperatives by 1956, Mao ordered them transitioned to higher-level agricultural producers' cooperatives, composed of over 200 households, with the land collectively owned. The peasants were now virtually state serfs, working for meager wages, though they were at least still granted some private allotments. Overall, collectivization in China was considerably less bloody and provoked less resistance than in the Soviet Union. The Communist Party had genuine support among the peasantry, and as dramatic as the shifts were, they were far more gradual than the Soviet example. And though collectivization rested on the same flawed assumption that scale was the determining factor in efficiency, rather than productivity per acre through better irrigation, fertilizers, seeds, and pesticides, agricultural output in China increased steadily from 1952 to 1958. In the mid-1950s, despite decades of civil war, the Japanese invasion, the Korean War, and a U.S. trade embargo, China was stable, growing, and to some contemporary observers, even challenging the communist movement's Stalinist orthodoxy. A year after Khrushchev's secret speech exposed the depth of Stalin's depravity, if not the ruling bureaucracy's complicity in it, and months after the Hungarian Revolution showed popular discontent with Stalinism, Mao pursued a new, more liberal policy. He gave a speech in February 1957 announcing a new openness to the arts, scientific inquiry, and even non-counter-revolutionary criticism of the party itself. "Let 100 flowers blossom, let 100 schools of thought contend," Mao said, reciting a famous slogan. For the Marxist historian Isaac Deutscher, writing in The Nation a few months later, Mao attempts, in effect, to redefine the whole concept of proletarian dictatorship and to restore to it the meaning which Marxists generally gave to it before the onset of the Stalin era. Whatever bloodshed it took to bring the Communist Party to power, Deutscher believed that a more pluralistic future awaited China. Yet, by the time his article went to press in June, the CPC was reeling from a torrent of domestic criticism. At first, Mao didn't waver, seeing protest as a safety valve for dissent and a genuine check on the bureaucracy. Mao was impressed by his own restraint, supporting Nanjing student protesters, while remarking that, if they had done the same thing in front of Stalin, heads would have rolled. In the new environment, anti-authoritarian plays were written, and students circulated controversial bulletins and debated politics. Thousands of letters poured into Zhou Enlai's office, decrying abuse from state agents. A lecturer of physics and chemistry felt free enough to proclaim, "China belongs to 600 million people. It does not belong to the Communist Party alone." Others spoke about a new class of communist officials that rules the people with Marxist-Leninist textbooks in its left hand, Soviet weapons in its right. Things went too far for Mao's taste, with popular democratic impulses threatening to bring about actual democratic change. The party quickly retreated, and the anti-rightist campaign that followed saw hundreds of thousands persecuted and forced into labor camps. Whatever his distrust of the people's speech, Mao still believed that mass activity could propel China into modernity. Another 5-year plan was considered too modest. What China needed was a project to guide the peasants, accelerate socialist construction, complete the building of socialism ahead of time, and carry out the gradual transition to communism. For Mao, mass poverty didn't mean his hope for breakneck change was impossible. Instead, he spun it as an auspicious fact. Poverty gives rise to the desire for change, the desire for action, and the desire for revolution. On a blank sheet of paper free from any mark, the freshest and most beautiful characters can be written, the freshest and most beautiful pictures can be painted. This idealism was turned into action with the transformation of agricultural producers' cooperatives into massive 5,000 household communes. Centralized peasants offered a labor pool for infrastructure projects, such as the mass digging of irrigation dikes and channels. Ambitious plans were designed not only to increase agricultural output, but also to build industry in rural areas and erode distinctions between town and country, worker and peasant. Production targets were set unrealistically high. As Zhou Enlai put it in a 1959 report, a growth of 20% in industrial output would be a leap forward, an increase above 25%, a great leap forward, and an increase of 30% or more, an exceptionally great leap forward. What followed was tragedy on a massive scale. Communist cadres had no experience managing enterprises as large as the new communes and could only rely on coercion and ideological exhortation to encourage peasants to work as hard as they had when managing their own plots. Mao rejected the material incentives favored in the Soviet bloc. Local managers had every reason in the frenzied environment to inflate their production numbers. Though drought from 1959 to 1961 meant that harvests were smaller than usual, given faulty information from their local cadres, the party increased the percentage of grain requisitioned for the cities. These problems were compounded by the fact that many peasants were diverted from food production to local industrial projects, such as the infamous backyard furnace policy. Driven to produce enough steel to overtake Britain and even the United States in a matter of years, peasants with no expertise in steelmaking used small blast furnaces, melting pots and pans, and even vital farm equipment. The resulting pig iron was often useless. Mao reflected on the calamity at the 1959 Party Conference. "I am a complete outsider when it comes to economic construction, and I understand nothing about industrial planning." He added that Marx also made many mistakes and argued that all of the leadership was responsible because they had listened to him in the first place. Mao's solution was that they should all study Stalin's economic problems of socialism and do better. Otherwise, we cannot develop and consolidate our cause. Mao's agricultural directives were even more destructive. Peasants were encouraged to reject their traditional farming techniques and trained in Lysenkoism, a pseudoscience imported from Stalinist Russia. A campaign against the 4 pests saw flies, mosquitoes, rats, and sparrows killed in the millions. As a result, their natural prey, locusts and grasshoppers, were free to devour millions of tons of grain. As Mao put it in a different apology, "I haven't got much understanding of industry and commerce. I understand a bit about agriculture, but this is only relatively speaking. I still don't understand much." Such a frank self-criticism differentiated him from Stalin, but it hardly mattered to the 16.5 million people, by official estimates, who died during the Great Famine. The total number of victims is undoubtedly larger than that, likely over 30 million. Mao didn't intend to starve the peasantry or specific groups of peasants, as Stalin had in the 1930s, but the consequences were the same. The climate of fear created by the anti-rightist campaign and the lack of a free civil society in China only furthered the problem, making it difficult for news of the devastation to spread. At the 1959 Lushan Conference, Defense Minister Peng De-huai tried to inform Mao about the reality of the situation in the countryside, but his private criticisms were exposed by the leader, and he was arrested and replaced by Lin Biao. The experiment was only wound down after resistance from the peasantry, including armed rebellion, intensified. Around the same time, a rift developed between China and the Soviet Union, culminating in the withdrawal of 1,400 Soviet economic advisors in 1960. The Sino-Soviet split is often described in ideological terms, the radical Mao affirming his loyalty to Stalin against Khrushchev's revisionism. The historical record, however, suggests that the Chinese communists were receptive to criticisms of Stalin. When he met with Soviet Ambassador Pavel Yudin in March 1956, Mao shared his opinion that Stalin had erred in his policy on China, leading to the CPC's near destruction, and that Stalin had overestimated the Kuomintang. Still, Mao revealed to Yudin, he regarded Stalin to be a great Marxist, a good and honest revolutionary, while conceding that he was excessively repressive, unfair to the peasantry and certain oppressed nationalities. His mistakes were, Mao mused, a natural result of the contradictions of trying to build a new world out of the old, an excuse he would later use for himself. There is other evidence, too, supporting the idea of the CPC's openness to aspects of de-Stalinization and even peaceful coexistence with the capitalist West. The tensions between China and the Soviet Union, then, were less about socialist dogma and more about national dignity. Chinese revolutionaries had struggled for independence, and as a nation of 600 million people, they refused to be a Soviet satellite. Mao was incensed, for instance, by the USSR's backtracking on a commitment to help China develop an atomic bomb. In today's world, if we don't want to be bullied, we have to have this thing. Yet, Chinese economic nationalism hampered growth. Concerns about national prestige, meanwhile, prevented the party from soliciting international aid during the Great Famine, the scope of which was unknown to contemporary proponents of the Chinese model in other countries. Unlike the micromanaging Stalin, Mao was detached from the day-to-day running of the state. He often worked all night and slept during the day. Though the CPC was modeled along Stalinist lines, it had a two-front leadership, divided between those who administered the country and those, like Mao, responsible for long-term decisions. Mao made frequent interventions, but could safely retreat to the second, more removed tier, blaming any problems on his lieutenants. The Great Famine, however, was such a fiasco that the leadership took key powers from Mao in the early 1960s. The party admitted that a man-made disaster had taken place. Liu Shaoqi and Zhou Enlai pursued a more pragmatic economic direction, breaking up the communes and trying to repair some of the damage. Mao only permitted himself to be sidelined for so long. In 1965 to 1966, he reasserted his authority with a campaign for continuous revolution to overturn the state he himself had created. As with the 100 Flower campaigns, his goals might not have been completely cynical. Mao read reports of former nationalists rising within the Communist Party, inequalities cohering into a new class system, and attempts to restore relations with the Soviet Union. His was a kind of anti-Stalinist Stalinism, eager to take risks for ideological reasons, confident that he was one with the masses and that the masses demanded not peace, but constant upheaval. Mao's ally, Defense Minister Lin Biao, started things off by encouraging students to criticize bourgeois liberalism and Khrushchevism in late 1965, though the real targets appeared to be head of state Liu Shaoqi and Deng Xiaoping. Earlier that year, Mao also had his wife, Jiang Qing, and future Gang of Four member Yao Wenyuan denounce key Beijing officials. Wresting control of press organs in early 1966, Mao established the Cultural Revolution Group. He used state media and a May Politburo meeting to announce that the bourgeoisie had snuck into the party, the government, the army, and various spheres of culture. These clever foes would, like Khrushchev, wave the red flag to oppose the red flag. Lecturers and students in Beijing sprang to action. Full of revolutionary zeal, this younger generation had heard about the glories of the Long March and Civil War, but not witnessed its terrible cost. They looked around for capitalist roaders to attack. With Mao's blessing, the students organized into Red Guards, and their movement went national. Announcing his return to the fray, the elderly leader showed his vitality in a bizarre PR stunt. He took a swim in the Yangtze. According to the party press, he covered nearly 15 kilometers in an hour, with no sign of fatigue. The Red Guards would soon be sending dead bodies down the river after him. Cowshed detention centers popped up across the country, including in Peking University. Counter-revolutionary elements were paraded around with shaming placards, starved, and tortured. Many were driven to suicide after struggle sessions. One middle school published its own Cultural Revolution battle song. "We are Chairman Mao's Red Guards. We steel our red hearts in great winds and waves. We arm ourselves with Mao Zedong thought to sweep away all pests." Stalin's great terror was clinical, directed with bureaucratic precision by his secret police. Mao sparked terror from below with vague slogans like, "To rebel is justified," and calls to bombard the headquarters. The bloody summer of 1966 produced stories about children informing on their own parents, exposing them to battery, rape, or murder. Some babies were even targeted for the crime of being counter-revolutionary offspring. Most shocking are the accounts of ceremonial cannibalism, with the livers of rightists consumed. Tens of millions were victimized, and 500,000 lost their lives to the madness. Eventually, even Mao, who was trying to stage-manage chaos, realized things had gotten out of hand. Rival Red Guard units were fighting each other, the economy slowed to a halt, and workers were striking and creating alternative power structures in cities, including Shanghai. At Mao's direction, the People's Liberation Army restored order, and millions of Red Guards were sent to the countryside to learn from the peasants. But the grassroots violence didn't come to an end until Mao's death a decade later. His practical objective, however, was complete. Mao no longer had to apologize. He was exalted as a demigod, with Marxism, Leninism, Mao Zedong thought now constitutionally enshrined. Liu, once the second most important person in China, was arrested and subjected to public beatings and denunciations, contributing to his November 1969 death. He wouldn't be allowed to do to Mao what Khrushchev had done to Stalin. Deng Xiaoping was a Red Guard victim too. He was forced to re-educate himself through manual labor at a tractor factory in Jiangxi, where he once helped the party survive in the 1930s. That Deng, China's Bukharin, wasn't executed outright like the real Bukharin suggests another, admittedly small difference between Mao and Stalin, but he suffered for years. Deng's son was tortured and thrown out of a 4-story window, surviving as a paraplegic. He only returned to prominence when Zhou Enlai, then dying from cancer, convinced Mao that his experience and administrative competence were needed. During the frenzies of the Cultural Revolution, which lasted from 1966 to 1976, Maoism resonated far beyond China's borders. China became a radical alternative to the Soviet Union, which had lost its luster as it became perceived as just another great power. Its presence wasn't only felt in largely peasant countries like Albania and Tanzania, where socialist vanguards struggled with underdevelopment, but it made inroads in the advanced capitalist world too. For New Left militants in the West, Maoism married the rigor of Marxism with the anti-establishment spirit of the times. Radicals in the United States, for instance, found certain aspects of Maoist thought appealing. In the Chinese example, they saw proof that new revolutionary agents, students and the poor, not peasants, could be substituted for workers, and that ideological zeal could overcome objective conditions. In most cases, however, the Little Red Book and Mao Zedong thought were symbols of resistance rather than guides to action. More significant was China's role in the Third World, where its actions stood in stark contrast to its rhetoric. Mao had long criticized Khrushchev and his successors for putting the political needs of the USSR above their internationalist duties to the oppressed. But faced with its own isolation and poverty, China pursued a foreign policy far more brazenly nationalist than the Soviet Union's. It dismissed India's 1962 liberation of Goa and other Portuguese territories as a cynical ploy, joined apartheid South Africa in supporting UNITA forces in Angola, backed an anti-communist dictatorship in Sudan, jumped to recognize Pinochet's right-wing Chilean government just days after the coup against democratic socialist Salvador Allende, encouraged Pakistan's genocidal campaign in Bangladesh, and sparked a 1979 border war with communist Vietnam. Chinese officials were even on hand for Spanish fascist General Francisco Franco's 1975 funeral. Perhaps the most disillusioning act was the country's embrace of the United States in the early 1970s, when it gave President Richard Nixon and his National Security Advisor Henry Kissinger the royal treatment in Beijing while they were still overseeing the massacre of innocents in Southeast Asia. The CPC had begun to see its neighbor, the Soviet Union, as its primary rival and sought any advantage against it, while dressing up its new course in dogmatic Marxist language. A party dedicated to national development above all else now had a nationalist foreign policy to match. After Mao's death in 1976, the hardline Gang of Four were his most zealous defenders and tried to carry on the continuous revolution. Yet Deng Xiaoping eventually won a power struggle with them and challenged much of Mao's legacy. Pro-market experiments to restore productivity were expanded, but the great helmsman himself could not be repudiated. As Deng would say in 1978, "We will never do to Mao what the Soviets did to Stalin." Mao's body lies embalmed in Tiananmen Square, and his portrait is still on the gate of heavenly peace and Chinese currency. The People's Republic has dropped its revolutionary pretenses, but it still needs a revered national symbol, and to properly reckon with Mao's legacy would mean hard questions for the party that empowered him. Deng provided an alternative path to development for China, still authoritarian, still rooted in exploitation, but more effective at its stated tasks. Starting in 1949, the first 8 years of communist rule, despite the heavy cost, delivered real gains. The next 20 years were an unmitigated disaster. The last 40 have been rightly praised as an economic miracle. Never before have so many people been lifted out of poverty. Yet, when examining the terrible Mao years, we should consider the arguments of economists Amartya Sen and Jean Drèze, themselves staunch anti-authoritarians. There was no famine in India after it won its independence in 1947, but as Sen and Drèze showed, comparing India's death rate of 12 per thousand with China's of 7 per thousand, and applying the difference to the Indian population of 781 million in 1986, we get an estimate of excess mortality in India of 3.9 million per year. That's a calamity on the scale of the Great Famine, every 8 years since 1947. The authoritarian communist leadership's emphasis on eliminating poverty and its investment in education and health care compare favorably to the neglect of Indian elites. How then should a socialist today assess Maoism? Certainly we cannot follow the official CPC line, 70% good, 30% bad. We might respond by saying that the question is misguided in the first place. Socialism was made to be an ideology of radical democracy, of working-class self-emancipation, not a tool for state-managed development. A revolution from above, with an unelected party overseeing the creation of a social surplus and rerouting it to certain ends, even with the best of intentions, is a formula for authoritarianism. But we cannot claim that the excesses of Maoism had nothing to do with Marxism, or even that Mao was just a nationalist who selectively invoked an ideology he barely understood to serve his ends. The teleological streak in Marxism, its belief in laws of history, that through conscious political activity, humanity could be pushed toward a new, more advanced stage of civilization, surely made Stalin and Mao feel justified in their cruelties. Mao was no believer in democracy, but he did believe that mass action had the force to topple mountains and upturn seas. He shared with his Soviet counterpart a willingness to sacrifice individual lives, even millions of them, for a collective purpose. Any ideology built around a notion of destiny, nationalism and socialism alike, runs the risk of calamity. The solution is a banal one, valuing and protecting rights and liberties, while ensuring that ordinary people are not only consulted through mass rallies, but actually have democratic avenues to make choices and hold their leaders accountable. Without this bedrock, any post-capitalist society risks creating a new caste of oppressors. Brought to power by the sacrifices of peasant soldiers, the Communist Party state, in every instance, has stood above the people in whose interests it claimed to govern. The rhetoric and prestige of its early days, the constant calls to world revolution, made it hard to acknowledge what is now obvious. The CPC's revolution is best understood as a national, authoritarian project, capable of delivering progress at times, but far removed from the classic vision of socialism. The richer socialist movements, those that followed in the footsteps of Marx, were extinguished in Russia and China in the 1920s. Though China's was the most significant Third World revolution, it was far from the only one. In Afghanistan, which was even less developed than China, a vanguard of military officers and academics launched a successful coup in 1978 and then tried to implement sweeping reforms. Never winning much support outside Kabul, they relied on extreme repression and finally Soviet intervention to stay in power. Ethiopia followed a similar pattern, a revolution in a backward country led by a left-wing elite, provoking civil war and leading to terror. As did South Yemen, but with less bloody consequences. In countries such as Angola, Mozambique, Vietnam, and Zimbabwe, Marxist-Leninists won victories, but at grave costs. They achieved some of their national objectives by shaking off imperialist powers, but were unable to build a popular socialism out of the rubble of war. Though still authoritarian, Vietnam today is pursuing Chinese-style market reforms with some success, while Angola and Zimbabwe are among the most corrupt and unequal nations in the world. The case of Tanzania garnered considerable sympathy, especially from the socialists of Sweden and elsewhere in Western Europe. The newly independent country had been a neglected corner of the British Empire when Julius Nyerere took power in 1961 with talk of Pan-Africanism, self-reliance, and socialism. Overseeing a rural peasant country, he looked to Mao's China for inspiration, but the Ujamaa collectivist project he pushed in the countryside had genuinely participatory dynamics. Nyerere was ultimately not able to find an alternative path to development, and most of his reforms were rolled back after 1995. Tanzania remains poor and dependent on foreign aid. Grenada, a Caribbean island of just 100,000, saw a left-wing coup led by the charismatic Maurice Bishop's New Jewel movement in 1979. Bishop pursued development projects with Cuban help and brought about reforms, especially in healthcare, education, and women's rights. He was pragmatic about what could be done in such a small country, but despite his popular support and personal integrity, Bishop shared the same skepticism of civil liberties as many of his contemporaries. The United States began drawing up war plans from the early days of Bishop's rule, and when some of his ultra-leftist comrades overthrew and murdered him, the U.S. invasion came. Elsewhere in the Americas, democratic roads to socialism in Nicaragua and Chile, the latter supported by a powerful working-class movement, were blocked by conservative domestic elites and American meddling. The nature of this U.S. interference was not always coups and invasions, but also sanctions, trade sabotage, and election rigging. Even where Third World socialist movements had democratic impulses, the experience of those like Allende seemed to encourage authoritarian paths to change. The most successful revolution from above occurred in Cuba, where Fidel Castro and his band of guerrillas arrived from the countryside in the late 1950s to overthrow the hated dictator Fulgencio Batista. Cuba had a long-standing anarchist and socialist tradition, including a powerful communist party and a vibrant student and workers' movement. There was mass support for Castro's early measures, including anti-illiteracy campaigns and agrarian reform, not to mention the revolutionary government's struggle against U.S.-sponsored invasion and terrorism. Yet, popular participation was always limited by what became a party state. Fueled by Eastern Bloc subsidies, which counteracted a devastating U.S. embargo, the transformation within Cuba after the revolution was astounding. The country was still dependent on sugar production, but for the first time, ordinary Cubans had access to good schools and health care, new roads and clean drinking water, and they enjoyed a guaranteed right to basic necessities like housing. Though suffering from the inefficiencies common in command economies, the country's famous propaganda poster is not far from the truth when it reads, 200 million children in the world today sleep in the streets. None are Cuban. Cuba's international accomplishments are also worthy of mention. Cuban doctors have served millions abroad, and the country played a pivotal role defeating South African apartheid, though its record intervening in the Horn of Africa is less laudable. At the same time, Cuba falls short of any standard of socialist democracy. Cuba's workers don't have even basic rights to collectively bargain or protest government policies. The 1959 revolution served to create a new elite, though, unlike the country's old elite, its legitimacy is grounded not in wealth and its relations with Washington, but in its offering of free education and quality medical care and other necessities to the people. It has accomplished, in short, more than capitalism has in most of Latin America, but without the freedom to organize to defend what's good in their system and overturn what is corrupt, Cuba's future seems to be in the hands of a new generation of state bureaucrats and re-merging business interests. The Third World's experience with socialism vindicates Marx. He argued that a successful socialist economy requires already developed productive forces and that a robust socialist democracy requires a self-organized working class. It would follow that encouraging capitalist growth while mitigating its worst effects and redistributing its spoils, as the Workers' Party in Brazil and other Latin American pink-tide governments have recently done, is the best we can hope for from states in the developing world. But we should be asking more fundamental questions. Why do these countries need to go through the same destructive sequence as those in the global north? Wouldn't a just world subsidize those who, through mere accidents of birth, were born in poor countries? Wouldn't we all benefit if the smokestacks that dot the Chinese landscape were replaced by a more sustainable form of progress? There are both practical and moral cases for such a transfer of resources, or at the very least, an abolition of foreign-held debt. Fortunately, some are already making this case. In advanced capitalist countries with vibrant lefts, such as in Scandinavia, governments put more emphasis on foreign aid and internationalism. Sweden's Olof Palme felt that European social democracies had a great obligation to assist in the liberation and development of poorer countries. For Palme, advocating full employment and social justice in industrial as well as developing countries meant more than just devoting a generous percentage of Sweden's GDP to foreign aid, though he did that too. It also meant taking a principled stand against colonialism, which led him into confrontation with apartheid South Africa and U.S. imperialism in Vietnam. After Palme was assassinated in 1986, Oliver Tambo, a hero of the South African liberation struggle, wrote a eulogy. For Tambo, Palme demonstrated that leading politicians and statesmen of the Western world could overcome all constraints, both real and imagined, finally to side with the poor, the oppressed, the exploited, and the brutalized. Sweden's battle for social democracy and South Africa's struggle against apartheid were inextricably connected. Our world will forever sing of Olof Palme as the thorn in the flesh of the forces of reaction that represented a terrible and petrified world order. A radical foreign policy animated by this spirit wouldn't be another tool of dependency, but one capable of putting the future in the hands of ordinary people. We need, more than ever, a way to human uplift that doesn't require sacrificing generations in sweatshops and mines.